Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for
And how we doing out there, everybody? Spline Design Studios. Some things loaded up here. We got a plethora of things to go over here. Just getting some of the things squared away, I guess, as far as for the start of the stream. Still plenty of things, little finer details being worked on, I guess, as far as to bring the track build to finalization here. So, first, initially, I'm going to go over all the stuff as far as that's either new and or updated. And then get into a very tedious process as far as adding light fixtures, as far as at least to the infield. I've got an initial model here loaded up, and I'll be getting in here at some point in the stream. But I figure good to start off, I guess, as far as to see what has been added and or updated, I guess, as far as to the track. The first thing you can tell here in the picture is rails on the guardrails. On the grandstands, that's what I meant. Words. So these have been applied all throughout the grandstands. I almost feel, second here, I have to adjust some audios. That's the spline side. That's not what I wanted. Where's my stuff? Here we go. There's my stuff. Alright, come on. I'm going to turn the techno axe down just a little bit. I feel like I'm shouting over there. Yo! Yowza! Was that a resub? That was a resub. Racer James sneaking on in. Popping in for the resub. I appreciate you popping in, I guess, for that resub. 35 months. 35 months. Why is my playlist not playing? Holy crap, there it goes. Super fantastic. Appreciate the sub there. Are we to assume there, Racer James, are not going to be sticking around? Plenty of busy things, I guess, going on. Definitely appreciate that, that's for sure. What's up? Torch is in there. There's close Torch. So I was just getting started. Just getting things started here with what's the latest and greatest to that. So what I've got in the view, and something else I'm noticing here too, I need to widen this out a little bit. Let's change your view. I did make it smaller at one point, for some particular reason. We don't really need it that small. Let's widen that up a little bit, shall we? There we go. Probably for a couple hours? Sweet. Nice. So there's definitely a lot that's happened, I guess, as far as and quite a bit of going over my notes, and I think I've discussed this with Torch as well. When I look at the notes, I guess, as far as when this initial build started, it was at the tail end of 2020. So we're talking like right around Christmas time, right around the end of December of 2020. And the fact that we're at this point now, and even despite the fact that I had a little bit of a hiatus myself with PC woes and so on, it's still actively being worked on. Of course, we just haven't been able to showcase them. So what you see right now, I guess, as far as coming to the finish line, kind of seeing that in the distance there, I guess, as far as with the track build. The track has been more than race ready, I guess, as far as well before this point. That's for sure. As far as the track, this race is fantastic. Have applied between myself and Torch, applied plenty of tweaks, I guess, to the way the AI respond to the track. It's probably not 100%. You know, it's not absolutely final. Just put it that way. It's definitely not bad. It's definitely an improvement, I guess, as far as from where it started. That's for sure. Alright, so I don't want to waste too much more time, you know, as far as if you will be able to be in here for Racer James. We haven't seen you around here in quite some time. So in that couple hours time, I got a lot to go over here, I guess, as far as it's new. So, without further ado, we got rails, as I was mentioning, prior to adjusting the audios. Rails have been added to the grandstands, and I was going to go over the tweaks that have been made to the grandstand object. And I've already made it a point to Torch. We do have what I like to consider boogers in the texture, whatever, that still need to be cleaned up a little bit. And this is all a process of, due to the process, I guess, of just trying things out and see what works, right? As far as for these episodes. So originally some chain link and this size of a rail, I guess, for the guardrails on the fence have been tried. This is the, I guess, what could be more considered final, I guess, as far as what's going to be used for the rails on the grandstands. So this is the old texture, as far as the previous one that was being considered, and this is the revised on this side. Like I said, with exception to some of the boogers in the texture and still need to be cleaned up. These are used for the 3D crowds, the 3D people in the stands. These turned out really, really well. I've done plenty of testing in game to understand, I guess, as far as how much texture weight and poly weight, I guess, as far as through the track. It's pretty well balanced. So you look all the way through the grandstands from this end all the way over to the Speedway Club, and these railings are pretty evident as well now, all the way through. Very little texture bleed in that, as far as the magenta bleed, as far as to get that transparency nice and crisp. Just adds that little bit of detail all the way through the grandstands. Really like the fact that there's this platform, I guess, as far as for that as well, so it's just not a lot of attention to detail in that regard. So railings in this part, and then the latest people in the grandstands that we've got here are on the Speedway Club. This is something I don't think we have shown yet. So now we've got the 3D crowds in the stands through all the stands, at least in the front stretch here. Now, I think Torch has mentioned to me, and you can feel free to elaborate, he's looking to potentially put some more peoples in the infield, as far as some 3D crowds in the infield. Right now we do have plenty of vehicles, as far as safety vehicles and things like that. That's also something that's also been discussed, as far as to get some type of a tow truck or a rollback or something in the track. Finer details like that, like I said. Plenty of safety vehicles in here already. As far as the ambulance, we do have track drying team. The score towers have been updated. This is something else that's been updated. It had been sitting as a placeholder, I guess, as far as for quite some time. This has all been updated. And I think from what Torch has mentioned to me, and again, you can feel free to elaborate, this is the finishing order of the race from 2020, as far as the race being represented in this build. Turned out pretty freaking cool, I'd have to say. So this is in the raced version. I'm going to take a look at, we can change the state switch on here and look at it in testing, which would be empty, so we won't have any digits on here, with regards to the positions here. You're saying yes on both. So yeah, so as far as being able to elaborate. We're going to change here really quick. Want to look at this. I was taking a look here too, so there was an adjustment made to the turn 3 and 4 side. For anybody that was tuned in, I guess, as far as last week, there was some adjustment that needed to be made on the turn 3-4 side of things. I'm going to leave that here just for a moment. What I want to do, set the state variable here to weekend 0. This will set it to testing, and we will notice there, no numbers on there. So in testing, this is what the score tower will look like, as opposed to full-on race. Crowds definitely go away as well, and nothing else on the Big Hoss. So we got minimized number of cars, I guess, in the infield as well. We got the NASCAR hauler still remains in testing. Take a look over here. So we got, yep, the 2 NASCAR haulers. We still have the safety vehicles as far as during testing. Got the officials here to kind of man the condition of pit road. I don't know if this has been corrected yet, as far as the the kind of radical movements of the helicopter. It tends to like to fly sideways and such.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Don't know if that's been fixed yet. Oh, we're going to be getting ready to rumble here pretty soon here. We will, at some point towards the end of the stream here, we'll be doing some test laps on this thing here. Just to see where it all, where the track sits. Hey, that's little TJ. How we doing there, little TJ? What's going on? What is happening? You sent a DM, huh? I had to turn my Discord off, I guess, as far as like that. I find it necessary to have to do that while I'm streaming this, because it doesn't, when I've got such things like Max and whatever open, it doesn't work very well, just put it that way. But I will feel free to check the DMs, just to kind of give anybody else a warning. I do have to turn those things off. For whatever reason, Discord uses up a lot of resources as far as on the PC. As far as to, unless I'm gaming, I'm actually gaming and, you know, collabing, I guess, as far as while playing games, I have to shut that off. I have to discontinue the use of it. So if I get any DMs during stream, especially on Saturdays here, chances are I won't get them, I guess, until post-stream. So if you let me know, that's at least pretty cool, at least anyway. Just some minor things that I did kind of, and these are all just fine-tuning things, right? Some of the things that I would take into consideration as far as just a little bit of cleanup is to make it, you know, and I'm sure you're already aware of this, Torch, but when the textures as far as the TSDs tend to bleed through the actual 3D walls here like this, stuff like that. We had already talked about a couple of different things, like how misaligned, for example, are, and the official's not in here. Let me turn him back on. Let me do that here real quick. We'll put it back to race mode. Let's put this back on at 2. That puts us back into full race mode. Now we can see, may become very obvious, I guess, as far as when you look at it from this perspective here, but you can notice some items here are not quite centered up, and these can all be adjusted. So the fact that we should see these all nice and centered up there, so the fact that this needs to come over this way just a tad, the official in the starter stand is a little bit off, and also the start finish line. These are all things that I've previously already discussed with Torch, I guess, as far as just to fine tune and just brighten up, you know, the overall look of the track. Now, we've already also, while I'm on this notion, we've already gone over this in another stream about how off-center, even in reality, that the start-finish line is to the victory lane and the big hoss. So this, as far as the victory lane being offset to the big hoss and the start-finish line, is truly evident in the actual at the actual track. So none of this stuff actually lines up, you know, in a straight line. You know, so for the victory lane to be centered on this, on the start finish line and so on, that's accurate. That's about as accurate as you can get that there. Now, be it within maybe a foot or so, maybe a half a foot or so, I mean, give or take, but I mean, it's relatively almost the same as actuality. Just in case anybody was wondering. So yeah, continuing over to, I was playing around with cameras too, I guess, as far as to, I started the process, a lot of little side projects, I guess, going on here. I started the process of recreating this flag as far as animation for it. The one thing that is eluding me, I guess, at this point is the coding for this flag, as far as to be able to get it to function, I guess, as far as with the wind direction, as well as just the overall animation altogether. So that's still going to be in progress, I guess, as far as whether or not that'll actually get completed prior to the track being released. That's still yet to be determined. I do have that under wraps, though. So the way this flag is presented, well, you know, with just in its static state, the fact that it's backwards, the star end should be towards the pole. That's what we're looking to correct. But as far as to be able to get that scripting done properly, I guess, as far as to get all that working the way it should, it doesn't work much the same as a other animated objects like the video screens. Just in case anybody was wondering, it's a little bit different as far as how that goes. It does work with wind direction, so the animation has to work with the wind direction. So just to kind of give a little heads up, I guess, on that. So for now, this is going to be the placeholder, I guess, for those flags that do flank, I guess, on the victory lane. Yeah, so we're continuing over to the Speedway clips. You can see all the 3D people in the stands, the railings that have been applied. We've got a little bit of clipping here, I notice. Very subtle. Oh, I guess that's just the fence. It's clipping through the fence. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, I was noticing. Yeah, there's a little bit of clipping there. So when I keep it right here, you can see there's a little bit of clipping on this here. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Very subtle. You can kind of notice that there. Might be a broken vert there, or just possibly, yeah, you can definitely see it right there. Got a little bit of clipping, I guess, as far as on the edge of grandstands. Yeah, definitely noticeable here. So it almost looks like it's probably more than one poly on behind each other, so there might be some back facing there. You can see how the texture kind of changes on that. Just some minor tweaks to that. That's probably just a model issue. Now it looks to be got a little bit of a gap here. So if I do remember right, this object here, as far as the outer ground, I think that's a separate piece there that can be adjusted separately from the actual grandstand model. Knowing some of the ways I guess that Torch have taken an approach to this. So there's a gap here. It's noticeable, but they got that little bit of flickering right in this section here in the grandstands. And it almost seems like there might be two polys kind of overlap to each other. So kind of a little bit of back facing there. You can definitely see where that ends and starts. Definitely where the seam is at. Okay. So we're kind of really just cleaning up, I guess, anywhere that needs to be, I guess, at this point. More railings, 3D people in the crowds. Yeah, just make sure. So yeah, we did add these last week. We showed these off, I guess, as far as the these little placards, I guess, on the fence for a little bit of advertising. The advertising had been added to the foam in some places here, and in most places they seem to be, from what I noticed, right around where the track condition lights are, which are only evident, I guess, as far as for cautions. Texas Motor Speedway only tends to emphasize on the cautions, not necessarily the green flag conditions. So more railings, as far as these are brand new. I guess as far as we haven't shown those yet, all the way through the 3D crowds on the Speedway Club. And then again, as well as railings, I guess, to kind of keep them from falling to their demise, I guess, as far as off the seating there. So that's all new. Score tower, like I said, is new. I'm going to take a closer look now, I guess, at this. So the grandstand image overall has been slightly tweaked, again revised, as I was showing, which kind of shows that. I'm going to go over a couple more of these things here. So since I've shown this, I'm going to show the score tower the way it was as a placeholder in comparison to the new deal. So this is the one that was replaced. This is what it was previously. Just needed a little bit of update to it. Didn't even have anything up at this top part here. No, I noticed. That's from the 2015 build. That was previously done. So we're going to look at the new one. This is the new texture. Kind of compare these much the same as we did the grandstand. Here's the updated revised version. Much more detail, I guess, as far as up at the top than we had previously, and then the finishing order. Very cool. Nice little touch there. So that's amongst the updated textures, I guess, as far as for things. Alright, let's continue to look at this turn 3 and 4. Now, again, for anybody that has been tuning in and watching the progress of the track, we did notice when we did spend quite a bit of time actually to fine-tune this position, this camera position, for turn 3. Probably in the middle of turn 3 here, where we do have this foam. Right? And little cheese. Having a little bit of fun with the sound. Cool. So there has... That's funny. Oh, there's a jackpot. Right off the bat. Oh, it did take you a couple tries.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Might be able to do that here in just a little bit. We will be hitting a pace car, I guess, as far as at some point. But as far as being able to put a camera in this position,
let's get ready to rumble!
I think TJ did the winner already, I guess, as far as for that jackpot win for Torch. 500 units of fluid, I guess, as far as you got on that one there. That's the mid tier, I guess, as far as for that. But there was a gap. This is what I was alluding to. There was a gap behind the backside of this foam. So that had to be corrected. That's now not evident as long anymore. So we should be able to see much better camera angle, I guess, as far as on this one here. We did that last stream. Quite a bit of time on that. We'll probably be spending quite a bit of time getting these infield light fixtures applied on this stream. That's why I figure I want to make sure I get as much shown in here. If I do miss anything, Torch, you can definitely hold me responsible and keep me honest, I guess, as far as to make sure that I'm not missing anything. So that's the only thing I can think of. There are plenty of other smaller details that are still being worked out that don't have in the track just yet. Such things, and I think we mentioned this last stream, as far as some of there's some pylons, for example, I guess here on the backstretch. Somewhere. I don't know exactly where they were at. Those haven't been applied yet. Those are still being completed and finished up. But yeah, just from anywhere you pretty much look at this point. There also the video screens, the updated video screens for the big hoss. That's also being worked on. So a lot of these are just finer detail stuff. Finer detail stuff. As far as the way the track is, this is basically just all aesthetic. Things like that. But yeah, even from anywhere that you look on the track at this point here, it's coming around. I mean, it's I think once we get these light fixtures in the infield, that'll add a little bit more detail to it. Yeah, those pylons. I seem to be hitting all the new things. At least I'm not missing anything. Cool. Yeah, top of the hill in the motorhomes. Okay, so I don't know exactly where those go. So it's just the top of the hill here. So I guess I'm assuming it's the kind of railings, I guess, as far as so that the motorhomes don't go falling off, I guess, as far as in these dormant stands over here. But that's what I'm... Yeah, so there will probably be some pylons here, I guess, as far as to create, like, bollards, or bollards, whatever they call those, I guess, as far as to stop any traffic, you know, from the motorhomes going past that point. So that'll be added, I guess, at some point. I think that's about it, as far as the updated things. Not a whole lot, but I think it makes a statement. Overall, I guess, as far as especially as I know Torch had a little bit of issue trying to get these railings figured out. Gone through, I guess, as far as just the way I've shown the texture, I guess, as far as with chain link, trying a smaller orientation of the railing, and has decided, I guess, on that revised version there, probably maybe a little bit more adjustment to the outer ground on this end. So on the one end, we did have, that was probably something I didn't mention on the turn 3-4 side, we did have that poking through the outside wall as far as behind the foam. On this end here, a little bit of gap, I guess, as far as on the outside wall, so that could probably be adjusted, I'm sure, and to ensure, I guess, as far as it doesn't poke through the outside wall. I want to look at that on this side. So that was something else. If I didn't point that out, I know I didn't. On the turn 3-4 side, we had the outer ground was kind of poking through between where the foam is and the outside wall, the concrete wall, and that's been corrected as well. So lots and lots of things gets been adjusted on this end of the track. This camera shot that we put here About this orientation here is going to look pretty fantastic at this point. That railing can take forever. It can, and especially like part of the issue that Torch had was just trying to eliminate any magenta bleed. You know, as far as to get that transparent. I think that was the biggest hang-up. Hard to get it without creating more polys on the model. I can imagine. So even back here, I notice much the same. Now I don't know over here as far as where these pieces of foam. I guess look here on the back side of the wall looks pretty good. There are still some gaps around here that I notice. And again, it all comes down to whether or not you would put, like, say, like a camera in this spot. You could definitely see all that. So this is evident also on this side, on this end here for that outer ground. And I'm sure that could probably be adjusted pretty reasonably as well. Yeah, you got some significant amount of gapping here. And this is all an object as opposed to a geometric wall. This is a geometric wall, and this is a 3D and or 3D model. Oh, you're talking about the outside. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, so without creating additional polys to this, I can see where that would become a challenge. It almost seems, and I could be wrong, you do have probably a vertex right here. You can see where that's seamed up there. And one, yeah, you can see where you probably adjusted it on this part here so it wasn't poking through. So I don't know if it would require, I guess, as far as to do a cut into that or not to get these other gaps, I guess, to kind of close up here. So if nothing else to their Torch, which you might be able to do, and this is just a thought, instead of playing around so much, I guess, as far as with this outer ground here, you could probably put patches in here, you know, so you even create some kind of backing on this wall to kind of fill these gaps in here. As far as how you would do that, I mean, it would be a very minuscule model, I guess, as far as to kind of create a bead, I guess, along this, and just do it in the, only apply it to the areas that have this gap. That way you won't have to screw around. This is if you are having issues with the outer ground itself, as far as being able to get it to button up to the geometric wall here, I guess, well enough. Yeah, just to take like a patch, a 3DO patch of sorts, you've heard, just to fill this in here and have this concrete or asphalt texture to it, just to fill that in there and see how that looks. I would definitely not play around, obviously, I guess, as far as with the actual wall itself at this point. That little fine tweak, I guess, that had been applied, I guess, to get rid of the gap on the back side of the foam was enough, I guess, to, you probably wouldn't want to adjust it any more than that. Otherwise, you kind of lose some of the integrity of the actual, the actual integrity of the track geometry, as far as from a LiDAR standpoint. I would not deviate, I guess, from that too much. I think what we got here is like pretty close to spot on, if not dead on. So as far as to mess that up, we're not do that. Yeah, we did definitely do that, Racer James, I guess, as far as to determine that it did need. So basically, the approach that we've taken is to ensure, if we do notice it in Sandbox, check it in game. If it's evident in game, to adjust it, I guess, from there. And that's where we came to that determination last stream. So there was a significant gap, pretty much the same as we see in Sandbox as well as in game. So once we go in game, we should be able to see this the same way, pretty much. There is that little bit of breathing, I guess, that the geometry will do. And that's just the normal mechanics, I guess, as far as of the geometry pieces, I guess, as far as in game. So you always have to take that into consideration when you're trying to marry these 3D model pieces to the geometric pieces. You always have to take into consideration. So yeah, that's what we've done quite a bit, I guess, as far as to determine if it was evident. Like, there was a previous problem that was evident around in this area, where we had some of the tips of the foam were actually peeking through, and we did see the same thing happening as far as in game. So the fact that it has been adjusted, so as long as it becomes evident both in game as well as in sandbox, and much the same visual aspect, do you want to make those adjustments in here. I'm assuming, in fact I'm not assuming, the fact that this gap definitely does exist, because I was playing around with some cameras just to see what kind of custom angles that we could come up with, and I already noticed this here as well as on that, and that's why I mentioned that up. So the fact that we do have a 3D model piece trying to marry that with a geometric piece is always going to be an issue. But definitely need to check it always in sandbox as well as in game. And I am seeing the same amount of gap on this end as well as on the turn 1-2 side as I do here. It almost looks like this here might need to get raised up as far as on that ground, that outer ground. And just on this end, I don't know exactly how you put that together, Torch, I guess, as far as if it does have an angle to it, as far as from one side to the next. I don't know if that's straight across or if it is angled. Just some things maybe to take in consideration, I guess, as far as for that. I know you've done lots and lots of adjustments to this outer ground to accommodate such problems as that. Ultimately, the only problems that I do see, I guess, as far as right here in the turns, not so much on the straightaways. And that in a way that kind of makes sense. You've got more angles and more radiuses going on in the turns than you would the straights. And just like you mentioned, Torch, I guess, as far as keeping it to a minimum, how many polys that you create that object in does create its own issues, its own challenges there. This one here's got a little bit of a gap. Yep, almost the same thing over on this end here too. Just as the turn 1-2 side. And again, it all comes down, when you start playing around with camera angles, and if you say you wanted to put a camera here, you're probably definitely going to notice that. Whether there would be a camera angle that gets put there, that's still beg the question, but you imported the wall model invert snap. Well, if that's the case, then that should line up almost perfectly then. The fact that there's gaps in there, I figured you probably did those post fact, just to kind of, yeah, if those are vert snap, it's not showing here, I guess. Yeah, the fact that these gaps exist here, probably take a closer look at it as all. I think it could probably be cleaned up more. From what I see here for the sharp edges here, shouldn't have that. And if it does come down to possibly just being able to vert snap to the backside of this geometric wall, you did export these geometric walls. Might even be as simple as that. Might not be a bad idea all the way through the turns here to double check on that. I know you've got that fixed over on the turn 3 side, because we did have that ground, I guess, peeking through there. There's a little bit of it here too. Probably not as bad on turn 3-4 side, but also on right here. Yep, so you do have that outer ground, I guess, kind of peeking through here as well. Just some fine tunes. That's a lot of fluctuation though, fortunately. We'll have to check it in game, for sure, just to confirm. But I do know there are gaps, and maybe not necessarily in the same spots that I'm noticing here in Sandbox, but there are gaps in this while I'm in game, as far as when some of the camera angles that I have applied just, you know, kind of throwing some around, I guess, as far as to see what the track looks like in game. I do notice gaps, whether or not they are exactly in the same spot. Not 100% sure, but there are gaps, much the same as I am seeing here in Sandbox. And as I've mentioned, as far as like, that's a common problem that you will have with trying to marry up a 3D model piece to a geometric piece. You know, even if I do pan out, say for example, you can see the wall flex a little bit. That's kind of somewhat the same thing that you will witness even in game. See that little bit of flex right in this area. So from different distances, this is somewhat will happen in game too. So whether or not there is exactly the same amount of flex in Sandbox in comparison to in-game, again, this is why I was taking the time, I guess, to put some cameras in position. I did put one when I was playing around with potential remodels, I guess, of the flag around Victory Lane. I did put one there, as well as other places, I guess, to come to that determination that there are some gaps in those different areas like that. That's the only reason why I mentioned that. Whether or not they're repairable or fixable or can be dealt with, that's the only reason why I mentioned them. I don't have the model in my direct, you know, possession, and you do, so that's why I mentioned it that way. Oh yeah, the tunnel work. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't know if you've seen that there, Racer James. I think this is a pretty nice touch. Pretty nice touch here, and he's got this on both ends. Yeah, so you can actually go through the tunnel, and it's enough detail just to know that there's a tunnel there. So the tunnel that on this side, it's not, it's, you know, he's got it closed up. But from this side, if you were to put, and again, it all comes down to if you want to put a camera angle here, you can definitely tell there's a tunnel there. And the fact that it lines up really nicely with the infield object, which is based on real-world satellite image, I guess, as far as of the track. Placement of everything here in the infield is based on that. I think that's a really nice touch. He's got them on both ends here. And even the fact that there is that ever so daunting texture skewing of the satellite image in the infield, I think it's been worked out pretty good. So this is the turn 3/4 side. Got the tunnel here. Now you can it gives the impression that you can go through there because it doesn't have the back face on the poly for the outside. So even on the outside, it looks like this. From the inside, it actually looks like it goes all the way through, which is kind of a really nice touch, I feel. So again, it comes down to if you did want to put a camera in some of these areas, you definitely see that tunnel's there, and it's evident there even in actuality. So to be able to add it and, you know, keep it relatively still low poly, I guess, as far as with this infield object, yeah, that's pretty it's pretty good. These medallions, I think, are probably another staple product, I guess, of this track build, as far as to have these 3D medallions, and some of them do have, even go so far, I guess, as far as to put additional advertising, I guess, on them. Not all of them do. Some of the advertising, I guess, that's on the foam. It's been sectioned out. So you got some medallions with the advertising and some without. Adds a nice little variation, I guess, as far as to those. And all using one texture. One texture, I guess, to deal with all these different ones. To get these to look like they are a part of the actual geometric wall, I think it was another challenge. Turned out very, 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 very well. Whoops. Yes, continue that, please. The only bad thing, I guess, about having playlists, I guess, as far as on royalty-free music on the YouTubes, using that techno axe there, is sometimes have to be focused on the channel. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of big challenges. I think that was probably one of the biggest ones. I think that's, on top of everything else, I think one of the bigger challenges, I guess, as far as it came with this, is to get these medallions, 3D medallions, oriented in the different positions. Even considering being able to export the geometric walls and be able to line those up. Again, it comes down to that geometric wall wanting to behave in a different way of the 3D model piece and getting those to play nice with each other. We've seen this many times that I've tested the track as far as how well those items do play well, play nice with the geometric elements here. You would never know that this is all, the main steel, for example, is geometric. It has the collision, and the medallions are 3D modeled. Let alone, I guess, the foam itself. It all goes together really nicely. So another example, I guess, of having the advertising on the outer edge of the 3D foam here, and not on that one. This is kind of what they do in actuality, I guess, as far as to put a camera angle, for example, in said positions, and be able to show all that off. Pretty cool. And I don't know. If we haven't mentioned this enough here, all these walls on the interior are all 3D modeled. They do have the geometric aspect to it with no texture applied, so you still have the collision that you want evident to, an interior retaining wall. But all these on the inside are completely 3D modeled as far as to get that shape in there, so it eliminates the necessity to have to split the track up to get
Let's
these
get ready to rumble!
We will hear. You stay tuned or whatever. We will be rumbling here, I guess, as far as on the track. Stick around. It will happen. Oh, you got nothing on that shot. Torch was able to get the one jackpot so far. 500 units of fluid. That's available for anybody in the chat if you want to supplement those units of fluid. You are earning yourself units of fluid even as the stream is live. But if you want to supplement those, feel free to play the mini chat games. Yeah, get that bot sloshed up. I'm just kind of going around here just to see if maybe there's something. I will be adding some interior lights here. So we do have evidence here, I guess, as far as where those lights are actually placed. It's going to make that task much easier. The pit road might be a little bit more challenging. That was something that I was discussing with Torch as far as just to kind of getting some cross-reference, if you will, I guess, as far as what type of light fixtures there are, which I do have two models. I got, and I'll be showing those here shortly. One is straight on, I guess, as far as for pit road, and then the ones around the interior of the infield, as far as in the turns and so on, are all angled. You have that angled perspective orientation to it. We'll be applying those, I guess, during stream here. I've already got a model. I think I already showed a kind of a clue of that. I started off with making a light emitting version of this here. This way they can be swapped out. So the light emitting object version, I guess, of the fixture has a little bit more going on with it as far as scripting goes. We want it to be able to emit light. So I've taken the liberty of putting those together first. I will be applying the day, the non-emitting light, for the day track version, and then they can be swapped out. So if at any point the track would want to be converted into a night track, those light fixtures would be easily swapped out, and you'll go from there, I guess, as far as applying night shading and so on. So it's kind of eliminating the necessity to have to place every single object over again for a night track. So I've built both versions of the same type of light fixture. There's two types. This angled version here that I've got shown, and also a straight-on version. Built those in the same orientation, so they can be easily swapped out with the same name and so on. So it's kind of thinking ahead, I guess, in those types of things, especially when you have so many light fixtures, I guess, to potentially apply. Okay, so we did kind of go over this. This is something else I wanted to pay attention to. I got the linear guide here. So I've got it set up to basically the 1 meter, which is 3 feet. Right? So even with this adjustment that has been applied, let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. Don't mind, I guess, as far as these geometric lines freaking out here. That's normal. What I wanted to show here, I guess, as far as even with this slight adjustment, that was made to the wall to get rid of the gap behind the 3D foam, we still maintain that 3 feet of distance between the concrete wall and the outside of the steel. So even if it was off slightly like that, it's now where it needs to be, and I can put this pretty much anywhere, and it's pretty much almost dead on. As far as the 3 feet, that is from the outside face of the concrete wall to the outside face of the steel, which is those are both geometric. So I wanted to kind of show that too, as far as even with that adjustment, and the fact that this segment is the biggest segment in here. We got this all one big segment. So they had the issues. Again, for anybody that has been tuning in to the streams, this is just a little bit of a summary. Ran into a little bit of a problem, I guess, as far as being able to get 16 tech segs on the wall. So there was a little bit of logistics, I guess, behind being able to remedy that. So regardless of the size of your segment, in this case, you can see how big this one is. You only get 16 tech segs per segment. So it doesn't matter if it's this big or half the size or even smaller. You're only going to get 16 tech segs. So what ended up needed to be done, just to summarize, is the texture to get applied, I guess, as far as for such a big section like this. One of the textures, I think it was just what it ended up being, and Torch, you can feel free to elaborate on that for me. I think it was just one texture that needed to be changed from a 2048 wide to a 4096, which is ultimately the biggest texture that you can use for those types of textures applied to a geometric 4096 wide. As to go any bigger than that, you can do it, but the game tends to get really angry. So you would have to, like, for example, on a 4096, it's pretty much the maximum you want to go. If you were to go the next size up, which would be 8092, that's when the game starts to get a little angry, even if it is just one texture. So you want to be really, really super duper careful on applying such a big textures like that. You want to keep the game as well as the playability of the track, you know, working and optimized. Okay. Alrighty then. I don't know if I'm ready for this. I know it's going to take quite a bit of time. I'll probably be spending just as much time, if not maybe longer, I guess, as far as to get these light fixtures applied. So I'm just kind of preparing myself for that. If there is anything, Torch, you can feel free to let me know. If I've missed anything, if there's something specific that anybody's in chat that would like to see a little bit more information on, definitely feel free to let me know. I might think of something as far as this, once I start this process of putting in the light fixtures. I'll start on pit road, and just kind of work from there, I guess, as far as to get all these in there. There's going to be a lot of them. Ain't gonna lie, there's going to be a ton of them. So James at least got something on the shot there. No, Torch didn't get anything on that one. Yeah, so just yeah, keep me honest, and call me out, I guess, as far as if I missed something, or if you want to see any more information about anything going on with the track. We will be testing the track out, I guess, prior to the end of the stream. I always try to at least squeeze one testing session in there just to kind of see where the track is at, especially after we've added any poly or texture weight, I guess, to the track. So with these light fixtures that we get in here, that's definitely going to add some more weight even on top of what's already here. I think the latest poly weight that has been added to the track is all these 3D crowds. These 3D crowds in the stand. And even with that, so far from what I've tested there is there's a minimal amount of drop in frame rates, especially when you're coming through the front stretch, but it's not so detrimental that it's basically unplayable. And that is using, it still hasn't been released publicly yet, but I think Cosman's group there, as far as with Splash and Go, they're looking to release it pretty soon. As far as the 2021 mod, what they're considering the 2021 mod, which primarily the only adjustment to that mod is the Manx 19 that you've come to enjoy. It just has the modified version of the Camaro, as far as the changes that were made to the Camaro. That's mostly what's been done to it. So even with using that mod, I've been testing that out quite a bit, I guess, as far as on the track. The track has been running pretty doggone well. Let's put it that way. See, the speed at the top actually fits the lap time at the bottom. Really? Lap time at the bottom. So that's a lap time? Oh, I didn't know what that was. I see. So the 2972 actually represents a lap time. Interesting. I guess for some reason I was thinking that was just a position. Gotcha. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. So the fact that that even exists on there, that's pretty fantastic. So this one here is a 2972. I think now that you mentioned that there, Torch, I did notice on the track record, as far as it's still got the Brian Vickers in there. I think that's going all the way back to 2005. So that would probably need just those little minor adjustments, I guess, as far as to things. I do have load screens. I do have what's considered load screens. So we do have a track win page as far as post fact of a closing of a race, as far as to showcase who has won the event, as well as other logos like that. So that's something we'll be able to show once we get into the game. So that's that's beyond, I guess, as far as what I'm showcasing here in between Sandbox itself. So there's plenty of things like that we'll be able to see, I guess, as far as in the game. That's pretty cool though. I like that. So 2972, I guess, is the this is for this race, but I wonder what the record is. I think we might have discussed this before as far as what the actual record for the track with the new configuration. I know the one that's in there is not correct, because it's Brian Vickers' record there, and I think that goes back to 2005, if I remember right. So I know they don't go that fast there anymore. But that's pretty good information on that. That looks even good, pretty decent, I guess, as far as from a distance there too. This is something that I did discuss with Torch behind the scenes, I guess, as far as to show that these 3D crowds are back-faced. They're two-sided. So even if you were to put a camera up in this angle, for example, double-sided. So when you really consider it overall, with as much poly weight just with the 3D crowds in itself, and the fact that you do lose a little bit of frames, like I said, it's definitely evident, but it's not so dramatic and so drastic that it totally makes the track unplayable and undrivable. That is very, very, very important when you're applying something like that, especially to have something like that double-sided. One of the adjustments, this is something else I think of. Torch, I'm surprised you didn't come up with that. I know you did make an adjustment to this area here. I think prior to what we've shown, you did have some of the people that were covering the banner here, I guess, as far as for the restart zone. You had to fix that. That may have not even been very clear, I guess, as far as when these crowds were initially applied, but that is something else that has been adjusted since last time. This looks really cool. I mean, as far as if you want to take a screenshot of that, I mean, that's when you compare this, I guess, as far as to what's actually what it looks like, as far as just the badging for the restart zone stuff, that's almost like dead on. Yeah, so I want to look down here. So I already looked over here previously, I guess, as far as to show a little bit of tweaking to like TSDs between the the cavity of the 3D model walls there. I want to check on this in here too, just to see. So we got on this end. This one's not quite as bad. Just a little bit. Well, maybe just to tweak it a little bit, so that it doesn't protrude, I guess, as far as past the steel. This one's not quite as evident. And again, it all comes down to whether or not you would want to put, say, like a camera on this. So if you put a camera here, kind of show the condition of the pit. If you put a pit camera here or something like that, you probably would notice that. Pretty cool. John Von coming in using his own force fart. How are we doing there, John Von? What is going on? We're just showcasing some of the new things, updated and new things as applied to the track since last time. Torch has been pretty busy. You know, this is some, you know, it's kind of funny, not funny, haha, but I mean the fact that there is probably dirt as far as for landscaping up in here, but the fact that it's actually showing on asphalt, just something to think about. Just to kind of eliminate, I guess, as far as this little bit of anomaly here. Appreciate the follow. K-Hey, if I'm saying that. Yeah, that seems easy enough. K-Hey 7717. How we doing? Yeah, I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking there, Torch. You know, maybe a TSD. For this, so this is relatively pretty flat. So just to add something, I guess, that'll blend in nicely, I guess, as far as with this infield object. Because I know in actuality, as far as if you were to consider, I guess, as far as this, not to, you know, be in this orientation, I guess, as far as the F section. So instead of pulling the F section back and kind of ruining what's going on here, for example, maybe this is a small TSD, I guess, as far as to cover that up there. And maybe even go all the way across this, if necessary. That might be a pretty decent fix for that. It's just those finer details like that. That's about it. What did you check down the other end here? Oh, I think of this. Let's see. Trying to get the actual 3D models done before I tackle the smart. Oh, exactly. No, I get you. That totally makes sense. I'm just making, you know, video and verbal documentation, I guess, as far as what would still need to be done. I think the ultimate so far at this point would be that outer ground, as far as fixing some of that. Obviously, you've got some of the other things that I've already mentioned that you're still working on, like the video screens for the big hoss. You've got those pylons to go on the back stretch as far as to retain, I guess, the motorhomes. You know, so there are things like that. Totally get that. So it's like you said, as far as just some things to keep in mind once you get those done. It's all fine tuning right now. I mean, it's minuscule stuff, but I mean, it's still necessary. This is all 3D models. I want to look over here. So this one's not as bad over here. So over here, you do got the trees. They are still in the where the landscaping would be there. So that's not as evident on this end as over on the other end. What was hey, can you, what was that? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Will be cool track in this game. Which game? This is for NASCAR Racing 2003. Laying out a track. Man, I've forgotten how to, even the basic stuff. I mean, I haven't even had, I went ahead myself as far as to find, I do have some, like, Michigan comes to mind. That's my home track. So I've found some latest renditions, and just to keep that skill sharp, you know, it's not, it can be challenging for sure, but I think it's pretty simple when you think of like keeping things 1-to-1. James, you obviously did come up with that the proper parameters that you need to have in Max, for example, to get the cloud compare information into there and make it and keep it 1-to-1, so you're not having to rescale, right? That's definitely helpful. I've used that information, I guess, as far as to my ability to ensure, I guess, as far as not needing to totally go nuts, I guess, as far as trying to get it scaled properly in Max, you know, getting the information of the LiDAR from Cloud Compare. Having video documentation of that is 100% that's really the foundation, I guess, as far as how you get the track even started, right? Getting that LiDAR to the proper scale so you can get that information, the low poly version of that track configuration into Sandbox so that you can build the track from there. Definitely crucial, I guess, as far as when it comes to track building. Yeah, in Enter 2003. Yeah, this we do the track is totally compliant with NASCAR Racing 2003, Enter 2003 for sure. Yeah, and we've tested it quite a bit. How are we doing there, Yasso? Yeah, you did. You don't even remember that? That's funny. I don't know if you kept it unlisted. I do know that you had made a video, and I might have it unlisted, and that might be why it's not like even on the Spline's YouTube. I think that's might have been the case there. In fact, I think maybe it is on the Spline site. Let's go check this out. It's probably a good plug time. Shameless plug. Anyone got any crayons I can eat? Because I understand. Hey, I think someone here's got someone does, maybe John. I don't know if it was your channel, but I think it was on the Spline's YouTube. I'm gonna check it out here. I don't know if you did post it or not. I know you did make one, because I did use it, but I can't remember if it was unlisted or not. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look. Scented crayons are yummy. Ask my doggy. And doggies like the scented ones? Alright, let's take a look at the Spline site. So we do have the Spline's YouTube channel up here at the top. We're gonna go check this out here real quick. Let's see. Let's look at the videos. I did do this deal here with the DDS plugin. So if you ever get that error, see, we got that one there, backface calling. Maybe it is on your own. It's either unlisted on your own channel there, James, or what have you. I was assuming eventually you were going to get it put up on the Spline site. But you did do a video, I swear. I just don't think you have it on here. I think I might even took a screenshot of the settings that you want to apply. I think that was another thing. I think I did put that on the other information here. Plenty of new information that has been applied to this. So for anybody that doesn't know on the Spline site, this other information, it gives you plenty of information about Enter 2003 to include the original Project Wildfire things, to download the actual install, the patch. What I'm going to go to is the Sandbox stuff here. I did add... Let me see if I got that in here. Yeah, right here. The use of LiDAR. We did add this previously. So here's the settings. So I know you James, notice to kind of clarify. This is the settings that you mentioned, I guess, as far as in the video. And it goes pretty in depth, I guess, as far as what the settings for your import to 3ds Max 2014 based on that OBJ export from Cloud Compare. I also have a link here to be able to get Cloud Compare, which is free. 100% recommend that you donate this fella. I guess as far as that's developing that tool, very useful tool. But yeah, the settings here. This is critical, I guess, as far as once you've this information right here is very critical to get that LiDAR exported properly so that it's the right scale. It's going to be on cue, I guess, as far as to get it built, so you don't have to screw around with rescaling within Max all that much. So yeah, you got to get the bot drunk. That's what John Von's still looking for the crayons. I don't know what's safer as far as probably better with crayons as opposed to don't sniff the glue. That's bad stuff. You don't even have your Max shortcuts on the menu. Whoa, what happened there? You don't even have those? Or did you have to reinstall? Alright, just catching up with Chapter, making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, so you were just mentioning about John Vaughn with the crayons, I'm telling you. I missed where you got to that page on the SDS site. Oh, it's right on the, when you go to the SDS site, if you didn't see that, see other information, right? Go to that page, and then it's got several different links here. So the LiDAR's down here. I put that information. I also wanted to go over some of the NR 2003 edits. There's a lot of useful information here for editing in NR 2003. So no matter if it's track building or if you just want to edit INI, whatever you want to do. One of the latest things that I did add to the NR 2003 edits is to download the Win Mip 2 utility. It became evident I was helping Torch out with some things, and we did not have that available anywhere. This download here, when you do download it, it does have the OCX file and the 1DLL that is required to make it functional. That's already available. You just it's all pretty straightforward as far as where they need to go. So when you download that, if you're having a problem with the Win Mip 2 utility, or if you just need to be able to install that, it's right there. So there's a lot of pages there, so feel free to check out the bottom. A lot of these pages to get more additional information, much like the use of the LiDAR in 2003, as well as how to get the Cloud Compare program that's used to acquire that LiDAR. I own this website, yeah, right? Well, I try to make it as easy as possible. And we created this other information tab in there to be a plethora of different things, but it tends to be focusing mostly on NR 2003 stuff. The idea behind it was to make it useful, I guess, for any additional information that's outside the scope of what is being presented in the download section, I guess, as far as for the site. But feel free, I guess, to check out that other information tab that has a lot of side pages, if you will, I guess, as far as to get pit center jig, the information on how to set certain animated objects that are common, use of the LiDAR, and just general NR 2003 editing stuff, like being able to edit track positions. If you don't use the jig, for example, shows you how to do that. What all the some of the key points in the track INI, what those mean, the reflap commands. If you do use that, there's a link to the use of the reflap program. It's on the SPP site, I believe. Yep. So that goes to show you how old that is. That really needs to get redone. But lots of useful information on these tabs here. Yeah, so I don't think, James, you did post that video that you did, but that information for what it goes over in that video is right here, which I think is basically the summary, I guess, of all that. Yeah, there's some links there too, I guess, as far as some of the how-tos that we do have on the SDS site. Some of the stuff that I'm going over here right now. I'm on the phone, typo. Hey, no problem. I saw that. I kind of figured that was probably the deal. So that, yeah, there's plenty of information in those links there too, I guess, as far as to give you more information on either what we're doing here, to give, or if you want to be able to get into yourself, or want to, if you know somebody that needs that information, share that information. That's what all that's there for. Anywho, hopefully that does even get you caught up there, Racer James. This is why it's kind of important to kind of keep some type of video as well as verbal documentation of this stuff. The fact that you can, James, as long as you've been out of the realm, I guess, of doing this here, and you're a little bit rusty with it, you're the one that did all this stuff. I can't take any credit for that. So the fact that you've done that, I've been able to use that same information to get a couple of tracks set up to be able to start building on that. And I'm just playing around right now. After being involved, I guess, as far as with this build with Texas, with torch there. Torch has done well over 90% of the things. So I can't even take that much credit for that. But you see what the result is. I mean, it's been over years worth of time to get it where it's at this moment. And like I've mentioned, as far as it's been completely race ready well before this point. As far as the way it races, it's a fun track to drive on. It's very smooth. There's hardly any derivations, I guess, as far as, wicked bumps or anything like that to totally upset the car, regardless of what setup you put on it. Oh, almost won there. That's almost the max jackpot right there. You missed it by one, Mr. Robot. That's what Mr. Robot there. You get 3 of those in a row. That's 1,000 units of fluid you can make yourself there, supplementing those fluids. Yeah, keep buying that bot some drinks. I can 100% attest, right? That is not how the drink is supposed to work, but it seems the bot tends to get a little bit, how do I want to say this? It tends to take notice, I guess, of the drinks. So even though the drinks are specifically designed, I guess, as far as for the viewers to be able to take a drink, but the bot tends to kind of maybe steal one for himself. And sometimes when you get him boozed up enough, he tends to slip a little bit and be like, oh! And then before you know, you get a jackpot or what have you. So you got nothing on the Scold. And sometimes the bot will be that way. That's how the bot is. Sometimes you'll be like, I don't think so. I ain't giving you nothing. So you got the 4 different mini chat games there. You've got the slots, which are 10 units of fluid per play. You've got the risk, which works much the same as gambling. You can gain or lose units of fluids in that regard. It doesn't cost you anything other than what you may gain or lose. You've also can give yourself a shot, which is on reserve. So keep those are done in a premium there. So every 4 or 5 minutes you can give yourself a shot if you so choose. The bot will let you know, I guess, as far as when you can't. You'll be like, nope, you already had one. And then, of course, there's the Scold. If none of those 3 there work out into your benefit, you can always try to scold the bot. Sometimes he's willing to give you 100 units of fluid and just say, here you go, leave me alone. Just leave me alone. It's shot fun. Yeah, I don't have that one. I know you had that one on yours. Bitcoins? What are you talking about, Bitcoins? It would be funny to have dancing unicorns. John Vaughn had one of those. He had an alert on his channel as far as the sound alerts for. He knows how it goes. I'm not going to spoil it, but it was pretty funny. It's pretty funny. When am I going to be getting back into the streaming there anyway, there, John Vaughn? I know you've been contemplating it. And I think you've come to a resolution, I guess, as far as to get back into the Final Fantasy. Feel free, I guess, to correct me if I'm wrong. You still have no clue? You just need to stream, man. I'm telling you. Just do what you like having fun with. I like having fun doing this thing. I look forward to every Saturday, I guess, being able to show what's been, progress that has been made on that. I think, again, with that shot right there, I think it says it speaks 1,000 words, I guess, as far as like, it's been over a year, just slightly over a year since this build started, and this is the result so far. Speaks for itself, I feel. I'm going to be getting into, I guess, as far as applying these. If I keep continuing to flap my gums here, these placements of the infield lights are never going to get done. So again, if there's anything that anybody would like to hear additional explanation for, or if there's something I didn't go over and you'd like to get more information about what's going on with the track build, definitely feel free to ask, and I'll be more than happy, I guess, to explain. Yeah, exactly there, Yasso. You keep getting followers. Look, yeah, I've noticed that too. Looking at your channel from TikTok, so you're TikToking, I see. I noticed you've been getting followers on your Discord You were doing some cleanup on your Discord too, and yeah, you got those people following you. You gotta give them some content. The only way you can give them content is you need to stream. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get these objects in here. So go in a little bit more detail, I guess, as far as on this now. This is one of the orientations of the light. So this version here, this orientation will go more in like the turns and the like the back stretch, on the interior, behind the interior retaining wall. And then I have a straight version that'll go along pit road. And that's the style, and I do have a couple of picture references, and these are still relevant. Let me go in here. So these are, I got a day version already constructed here, and a night version, which is what I got currently loaded up in here. So just as I was mentioning, the fact that this one has a little bit more going on to it scripting wise to make it a light emitting object, that's why I've created that one first, and then from there to get the proper orientation of this deal, I can apply that to the day version. So yeah, I got two different orientations of the same light, as I mentioned. This one here is what I've got currently loaded. Yep. And then I have one that's straight on, so this part of it here is not tilted. And that's evident on the actual track. So just to kind of show picture references. Here's the version that's on the pit road that are straight on. And probably another fair point that I want to mention, I made, even though the textures for these two different style lights are using the same texture layout as far as the night version and the day version, for example, but also for both style of lights, part of the reason why I'm using a separate texture name for these two different models, in some cases here, you may tend to want to put advertising onto these light fixtures, and it's kind of evident here if I zoom in on this. So they got advertising on these in comparison to the ones that are tilted, say for example. So that's part of the reason why, even though I do have the same type of texture that's used for both types. In fact, I'll go ahead and open. So this is the type A. This is the one I have loaded up in here. Let me load up the two other ones just to kind of show. That's the A. Here's the B, and this is the day version. This is the same orientation here. So this is the A. This is for the slanted version and the non-slanted version. Somebody got a jackpot. We got a jackpot. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I heard that. Yes, I said she'll be right back. Alright, cool. Was that a banana peel? That is a banana. That's funny. What do we win? Who won? Or are you just playing it for the hell of it? I know a lot of times, sometimes the winner gets played, I guess, as far as whenever you get a jackpot or what have you, but that can be played whenever. Everybody's a winner here. Cool. But yeah, that's the only difference I wanted to show you. So I am using for both different versions of the relatively, I don't want to say the same light, because you have one that's tilted, one that's straight on. I don't have it loaded up here in my model program, but I do have one that has a straight fixture, and I'll be applying that to the track. But I use two separate textures for each one, and this is just to, if at any point you consider to want to put on this one in particular, as far as the B, the ones that are straight on, if you did want to put advertising on it, you could do that without stepping on the other light fixtures that are around elsewhere around the track. So just to kind of show the differences between the one that's lit, and there is a glow ball of sorts, I guess, as far as a light emitting factor when you create this, I guess, as far as the script of that light emitting object. I've also added a fabricated glow, I guess, to that. So this glow that's on here, it has a haze to it. It'll look much better than it does in here. So once I do apply one of these lights and be able to swap it out, show how it gets swapped out, that'll give you some indication, I guess, as far as how that'll work. So what I'll do here initially, all that said, I want to take this day version. So this is our A and B, and then also the textures related to those. So 4 items. Copy this over to our track edit folder, which is right here. And I'll be creating a new PTF for this, since we are adding new objects, and it's going to be a lot of them, as far as around the track at least anyway. So I'll initially apply one of these A's, the type A's, which has a slant to it. That's this one right here. And then I'll be able to swap that out with the night one, and you can get somewhat of a sense of what's going on with it. Okay, it'll make sense here in just a few minutes. So let's go to object placement new, because that is an object. Ooh, appreciate everybody stopping on in and see what we got going on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. We're getting to the finish line of this track. It's really ultimately up to Torch, because it is ultimately his build. We just been assisting, I guess, as far as on his venture here, I guess, with it. Whenever he feels, I guess, it's ready, that's when it'll be available. But as for right now, there's still some things that need to be brought to attention, at least anyway. So we got to look for in our list here, which is, I forgot the name of the darn thing. Hold on a second. So that is, I gotta look in the eyes, that's why. I was looking in the wrong darn thing. Okay, cool. So we need to be looking, there we go. So we gotta look through the eyes. So it will be, we want to use this one, this little guy here. It may load in, it may not. Doesn't look like it did. So we'll go ahead and, I think my playlist stopped again. We'll look in our list, it should be in here. If we can light it up. Yeah, playlist stopped here, I'll get that in a second. There it is. So there it is right now. Sometimes you can get hit in here, I guess, as far as like that. So let's see if we can put this in a position. So it probably won't show right away, so we'll probably have to initially place it, save the track, and then load it back up there. But let's go ahead and raise this up. Yep, so probably gonna have to place it and then save the track and then load it up there. I'll get both of these put in here so that, yes, I want to continue that. Let's get one of each of these styles in here. So we got the type A, and we'll put the type B over here for pit road, which is the straight on version. I'm going to put one of these right over here. And it'll probably do the same as that other one. It won't initially load, and that's sometimes the case. You'll get the bounding box, but the actual object won't load. It just requires to have to save the track and then reload it, so that just reload the track with that new save, and it should load right in. Alright, so we got one of these loaded, so that'll probably be the same deal with that. I'll go ahead and set this to fixed, and we'll put this on 5. Yep. So that's probably not going to load. That's fine. No problem. So we'll go ahead and save this as a new PTF. That'll be our good starting point. And we'll go ahead and save this one as add. I'm going to shorten this up here, so infield lights. The desk is still a mess. Still got stuff that likes to fall off. It's getting better though. Okay. Hopefully that'll stay there. Okay, so we're gonna kind of shorten this up here. So infield lights, INF. That'll work. Just kind of shorten it up. Short and sweet. We'll go ahead and save that. Now that should have created a new PTF. We'll just confirm that. Go to our track edit folder. Got our added items. And there's our new PTF. Along with the SPX, it'll automatically create that. Okay, so we can go ahead and close this. I'm going to close it right out. And then we're going to reopen, double clicking on that new PTF. Oh shoot, I opened the wrong one. Take a minute. I didn't want that one. My bad. We'll give it a chance. I need to get some of these PTFs out of here. Hopefully that loads. Yep, didn't think so. Okay, no problem. We didn't want that one anyway. Close that one. I'll open the one I wanted to open. Come on, sandbox. There we go. Okay, this is the one I want to open. Yeah, the fact that that one it doesn't have all the things needed, I guess, as far as that for that one to load, that makes sense. It's an old one. We need to get rid of that one. Not concerned with not being able that to load. What we're concerned with is the one that does open. So there we go. So now what should be evident is those two lights that we did apply. I'm going to check this one here on pit road. So here's the one on pit road. I kind of exaggerated the height of it. So there's that style. Yep, so we'll have to turn that around. This is the front, or where the light comes out. And then the one over here in the turn, this is the angled style. That's the one I have loaded up in modeling program. So there's this style. And they both use their own texture for it, I guess, as far as, and again, like I mentioned, as far as the potential is there, I guess, of having the two separate textures for the two different styles. Instead of using just one texture, you'll be able to manipulate the texture on those for pit road and not worry about touching on how these look. These typically don't have any advertising put on them. So, alright, so now we can start putting these into position. Now that we got both styles loaded up in here in the track, now we can get busy with placing them, putting them in place. So let's go to brain fart there for a second. Object view. There we go. That way we can start placing these. Yikes. Alright, so we can see these from top view here pretty easy. And what we have to our advantage, in some cases here, is where these lights actually are located. So these shadows that are on that image there, that's about where we want to put those. I'm gonna make sure I get these properly oriented. I think I got to rotate these. So there's the front of it right there. This is where the light comes out. So we want to reorient this way, like so. And then we also need to bring it down, obviously. Obviously. Let's see where we at here. So now we got to bring her down. Let's see what height's gonna work here. Definitely not that low. Let's try a 1. How about a 1.5? I'm liking that. That looks about right. That looks about right. So what that's going to do, just as it does in reality, that'll cast light onto the track from the infield. Now there are some lights that are on the grandstands there too. That'll be a whole separate process for that. The main focus is going to be for the interior lighting for this duration, at least anyway. Okay, there's one. Next, so we can see all these spots that we got here. That are these dark spots. That's the shadows for the lights that are in there in actuality. So that's where we want to put these lights. So from here, now that we got it all loaded, we can just add one at a time. This is why I was saying it's probably going to take a while. It's a little bit of a tedious process. Now, whether you do it this way or if you actually want to make it more, I'm going to put this, so if you wanted to create a string of lights, I guess as far as based on the actual track model in Max, you can do that as well. Either way you do it, you're still going to have to place them independently. I guess, so it doesn't matter if you do it from this standpoint in Sandbox itself or from having the track model in Max. It's really relatively gonna be the same process as far as to place those individually. So whichever way you tend to go about it, this is the way I'm gonna go about it. Just in case anybody was concerned. Alright, so next light. So we need light 2A right there. The 2B is going to be for pit road. The 2A's are going to be for the infield lights here. Okay, so these should we go in with 1.5. We might have to pay attention and look every once in a while at the height, because some of these might need to be not quite as tall or up in the air. It just depends on. So we'll have to keep an eye on the orientation of these as far as how far from the ground, I guess they are. There are some deviation, I guess, as an elevation as we go from one end to the other, say, for example. Gassel's back. Welcome back. So, yeah, so here you got a couple of these already in place. Nice, and these are the non-light emitting versions of here, because this will be primarily for the day version, and they can be easily swapped out. So once I get some of these laid positioned on the track, we'll be able to take the one that's in the same orientation as the day one, swap that out with the night version one, and it'll be exactly in the same spot. Small win. Wait, oh, you got a shot. Gosh. Very nice. Oh, we almost made it. That's twice that I've seen, that's twice I've seen two different people. I think John Vaughn missed it by one. One Mr. Robot, I guess, as far as you get that 1,000 units of fluid. Lazy. Alright, so next one's right here. Okay, we need the 2A. A little bit of a process here, but I guess that's part of the reason, I guess, we tend to showcase a lot of this stuff, because it's like hardly any appreciation, I guess, as far as for what goes into creating these types of things. It really does help, I guess, as far as how you design the the piece that you're trying to add in this fashion. So, for example, not to have the pivot way out in BFE, so you have to keep panning in and out, for example, to be able to put it into a position. So that's the thing. So right from the model in Max here, for example, the pivot, for example, whoops, pushing the wrong buttons, is not like so far off, for example. So the fact that it's in this orientation as it is, this is for the whole thing as a whole, as far as for in this view. That includes, that's probably something else I probably should have mentioned, on this light emitting deal. It's going to show this. So we do have to put, for that, this is what actually allows the light to be cast. So as far as the scripting part of those, you need to have a non-textured item in here that's just a box, and that all comes down to the scripting. So yeah, let me kind of go over this a little bit more in detail. I'm procrastinating, absolutely. So on this script here, just to kind of show how this works, and we do have a video. There's a video, if it's not on the SPP channel, it's on my own channel, I guess, as far as YouTube channel, that goes over this process. Should have probably been more prepared for that. There is a video, I guess, for that, for sure, that goes over how to create a light emitting object. So this is going to be a lot of summarizing and review, I guess, for that. But that bounding box, as far as that box that I mentioned in Max here, this is critical, I guess, as far as for making a light emitting object. So in this script, we're calling for that bounding box within our mesh for our light, which is contained within this here. That box gets exported out in the form of pass all together, so you don't do it as a separate pass file or anything. It's all self-concluded, I guess, in here, and you're calling that mesh out for that light group right there. And then what that does, you can in turn carry that down into a point light. This bounding box container that you created right here, that is calling out that box, that non-texture box, is what this point light function is what allows that box to be able to emit light. So that essentially becomes your light bulb for the fixture. And then from there you can combine all of your pieces to include that bounding box in there, so it's all one piece, so that when it spits it out, it's going to be one 3DO. So that's just to kind of summarize on it. And I've also added a population switch into here to where you can shut those lights off. It'll still get the light emission during night. It's just the physical and visual object won't show. That's the kind of the approach that I've taken with this one, for example. You don't have to have the population switch, but I've taken the approach if you want to shut those off, it won't take away, I guess, as far as from the actual light being emitted. It just takes away the visual item. So that's just to give a little bit more in-depth information, I guess, about how a light emitting object works. The critical piece to it is that bounding box. It's a non-textured box, and it doesn't matter what size you make it. I tend to make them much, almost the same size, I guess, as the original fixture. They don't have to be that big, because where you're going to control the intensity of that light is in the script itself, where you're actually telling it how much intensity you want it. So you have your ambient, your intensity of it, and whether or not you want a glow. In this case, I zeroed out the glow and created my own fabricated glow. So if you use any level of glow in the script, it creates what I like to consider a cotton ball, and it looks kind of cheesy looking. I mean, if you want that old school type of look for that, you can definitely play around with that as far as like what size of a glow ball that you want. Obviously, the bigger the value you put in here, the bigger glow ball is going to be. Make that as big as you want. I've zeroed it out. Now with this point light function, part of that goes along with it is the glow. So you still have to include this with the point light function. Only difference is if you don't want to use the glow, just zero it out. So what this does is it eliminates, and it basically negates the actual glow that it'll produce there. It's still technically producing it, it's just zero. So what I've done in the model I've created, as far as created a fabricated, I'm going to hide this again. I've created a fabricated glow to make my own halo, because you don't get this style of glow coming off the actual light through that glow function in the script. That's all it is like it looks like a cotton ball. It looks like a fuzzy cotton ball. And I don't really care for that. So it's like, to get a better look, I guess, to the glow, I create this fabricated picture, which has a transparency, and it looks much better than that one. But again, if you're looking for that type of look for your light, you can use that, I guess, as far as that's built in to the game based on that glow function. For this intents purpose, I don't like to use it. That's So anyway, you might find me going back and forth as far as explaining things as I even go through this. Just to kind of procrastinate a little bit as far as putting these down. So I know these are going to take a while. Most engineers have no idea the work behind the game. Also, yeah, and that's part of the reason why we like to do this. If nothing else, to have a better appreciation, I guess, as far as what type of work goes into this. It's a lot of tedious work. It doesn't just, click and done in a lot of cases. As much as we would hope for. Definitely requires tons and tons of painstaking hours. Torch can probably speak quite a bit about that too, be it the fact that he's put a majority of the work into this track build from a geometric and 3D modeling standpoint. My focus has been more with the just the 3D modeling side of it. For any things that I've had applied, like the victory lane, the big hoss, score tower, now these lights. That's about the only involvement 3D modeling wise that I've had with it. Other than maybe Insight and Advice, that's about it. Hello? Where'd my leg go? Oh, there it is. Gotta get used to... I can't stretch this out or anything like that, so all I can do is scroll through it. It'd be nice if there was a way I could... it's a very primitive program that Sandbox is, so being able to find this every time, if there was some way to highlight it or be able to search for it, it'd be nice, but it's wishful thinking. You know, getting that bot boozed up. Okay. Anyway, what I would probably might try to do here is just get a few of these in. So we'll do just these few here, say for example, for now. Okay. I wanted to get a couple of these on pit road in here, and I want to show, just like I was trying to explain at least anyway earlier, on how you would get these swapped out with the light emitting versions. Alright, so we're going to need to spin this one around. Alright. I'm going a little bit on a tangent here, but so we got a few of these placed here so far. I didn't change the height of those, but it kind of gives you an idea how much more adjustment we'll have to make of that. Those are just too low. You need to get them up in the air so that the light will actually cast onto the track. And that's the same as it would be in reality. Okay, so let's go and check this one out down here. I saw that, Torch. What do you got on your mind? Like, first trying to do the sluts. We don't do that here. Alright, we need to spin this around. This will probably be a simple 180. Yep. We'll put this one right here, and then we'll bring it down. Wrong tab, right? Makes you tend to wonder what Torch's got going on over there. Okay, we need to bring this bad boy down, so let's try 1. That's too low. Oh, we're gonna have to bring this up still quite a bit. 3. 3 probably will work. That's 3 meters up from this pivot orientation there. And these lights here are right behind the pit wall. So I do have a picture reference for that. Right here. So you can see the way these lights are positioned. They're right behind. Here's pit wall right here. And if you can notice or whatever, they're right around where these stall lines are. Yeah, so the approach that I'm going to take to this is put these pretty much on every stall line. That's about the distance that these are oriented. So that's my picture reference that I'm going by. Middle of the pit stall. Bot's still grumpy? Is he really? Shot. Oh, you got nothing on the shot. Yeah, get it boozed up a little more. Are they in the middle of the pit stall? Let me look. I do have some other picture references here. Gotta humor this. My recollection, I guess, as far as the position of those was it's a little rusty. I do have some other picture reference here. So, like the infield lights. Here's the angled version of those, for example. Just for more clarification. Close that up. Let me see what I got here. Oh shoot, did I close that? I sure the heck did, didn't I? Oh, you dummy. How'd you do that? Close that folder. Oh, hold on a second. Need to reacquire that. Oops, my bad. Need to reacquire that. I closed that by mistake. Alright, hold on. 3D modeling. Nope, not that one. 2020, there we go. So lights. Fix, there we go. Where'd that put that, just to make sure. Okay, good deal. Good. So I do have... Let me check it on this one here. It's kind of hard to tell from this one here, too, as far as where they got those. I was thinking more on the line, because from what I can tell from a lot of these picture sources here, they seem to be right on the line. On the pit line. Pit stall lines, at least, anyway. So I got this one here. Let's see what else I got. Got this one here to kind of give us some more clarification on pit entrance here. You can see those style lights, I guess, as far as on the interior. Very start of pit stalls right there. And that's about all I have. I know there's a lot of them you share with me, but the ones that seem to be more of a better reference are these here. So I got these here. These are older, actually. These are more current. These are like current. You can see the Camaros, and the fact that they got that same style. Even now, we got some of that sponsor, the advertising that's on those. The option is there with that separate texture for the ones on pit road, if you want to apply those, if so desired. Okay. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify on that. So I think that's the approach I'm going to take to these, is put these on the... so in the sandbox image, we don't have that basically coming into behind the pits here. So we don't have any orientation like we do with the shadows for these lights over here. We don't have it as much for the pit stalls as much as we do. So we're going by memory, at least anyway. I do remember from the 15 build, we did end up putting these lights, these kind of lights or whatever, on each pit stall line. So I think that's the approach we'll go with on this one. Alright, so there's one. Try another one. So this one's the style B. So there's the B. And it's already loaded in here as far as reopening the track the way we did. So we don't have to worry about it not showing right away. So I think I went positive 180 on this one, right? Yeah. I'll keep them all consistent. Positive 180 spin. And for these pit road lights, I would get a little bit more critical. I'm going to initially just apply these, but on the y-axis here, I want to get those all lined up exactly the same. So for example, yeah, oh, that's going to be on the X, my bad. So on the X-axis, this direction, I want to make sure they're all nice and lined up against the wall. So, and most likely they'll end up being all the same. So if this is where I want to go by, on this X, I can copy this. I think that's the one. Is it X or is it Y? I'm not sure. Hold on a second. Brain fart. Yeah, that is going to be on the X. Nope, it is Y. That's what I thought. God dang it. So when I do pit cameras, for example, it's much the same concept. So this is X, this is Y. It was kind of playing tricks on me, I guess, there for a little bit. So we need to adjust the Y so that the Y will be the same, so it doesn't tend to, weave in and out type of thing. Especially if we were to put a camera down there. It's very annoying, I guess, as far as that. They don't install those, I guess, in that fashion. So we're not going to install them that way either, I guess, as far as to make them all weave in and out. So we want to take this Y, copy that to this Y, so that they're the same distance from the behind the pit wall. Just like so. So as we do all these that go along pit road, and we look down pit road, those will line up all in a nice little row. We need to bring this one up as well. Well, this needs to come up to 3. There we go. So now when we get all these lights in here, we'll be able to look straight down here. It'll be all in a nice little row. They won't be weaving in and out. That would look terrible. Alright, there's a couple of those. I think I'm going to finish these ones on pit road. At least get those in place. I do have those few as far as in the infield. I'm going to focus on these pit stall ones here for now. Got quite a few of these. We got at least 43 of them to place because we got at least 43 stalls. So we'll just focus on those for now. And you know, you'll find yourself to do that, because you kind of go into it knowing how much time it's going to take to apply certain objects. You'll find yourself bouncing around like that. Just don't bounce off too far, then you can tend to forget about something. It's like, oh shoot, forgot to do that. So only thing I'm doing in this session is dealing with infield lights. All I'm doing. I'm not trying to do anything else as far as with geometry or anything like that. I'll take note, for example, if there are things that still need to be addressed. I'm not going to lose focus on what I'm trying to do in this session, right? That's something that is definitely a discipline that needs to be taken consideration of, and when doing this type of thing, because otherwise you can go too much on a tangent and be like, kind of like, oh, squirrel, and then forget where you left off. Okay. Copy this Y. I may come back later and adjust these Ys. Okay, so this must be going on an angle. Okay, that was the other thing I was going to wonder too. So it must be going on a little bit of an angle. So the fact that I'm trying to apply that same Y from the previous light, there's probably just a slight amount of angle, so it's not 100% straight and true. That'll make it a little bit more challenging, actually. Okay. So what I'm going to do, this is another approach that I take with these types of lights, because you have a straight edge. You know what? I forgot to rotate this. That's why. Yeah, dummy. I forgot to spin this around 180. That's why. Never mind. Never mind what I said. I forgot to spin at 180. So now I can apply that value. Definitely helps when you got it exact same orientation as the previous one. In this case, it needed to be spun 180. Once I zoomed in on it, it became pretty evident what I was doing wrong. Case. There we go. Be nice. But another thing that I use, I guess, as a guide, as far as you got this straight edge that is on, even though it is, you know, and because this is nice and straight, it's not tilted like the other lights are. I can use that as a guide to see how close I am to the back side of this pit wall. So if I see any gap in there, for example, I know I'm too far one way or the other. So if I'm like that, in comparison to this one there, I know I'm not where I need to be. But also, to 100% ensure, I can paste that value from the previous light into there, and I know it's where it needs to be. I'll probably come back and do the Y later on. I'll get these initially placed, and I'll go through and do all the Ys at once, one light at a time. In some cases, it might work more beneficial, I guess, to get it right away, because it will become a little bit more difficult to be able to know where you left off without keeping it highlighted as you pan around. So there's a couple of different ways to go about it. Is the only reason why I mention it. Okay, let's. So this one needs to be. Need to spin it first and foremost. So for right now, I'm just gonna place that like so, and it's also up on 3. Even if I did want to, I can probably apply both values at the same time when I come back. In fact, we'll go ahead and do that. I'll leave this one at 0. I'll know exactly where I left off as far as which one's 100% in position. So when I come back to look in this view, I know where I need to go. So I can light this one up and continue from where I left off. So giving yourself some visual clues, I guess, as far as where you left off, so you're not backtracking so far to touch items that are already in place. Saves you a little bit of time. I don't know. Those too high? They seem like they might be too high. Now, if I look at my reference picture, when you consider, I guess, as far as how, so the average height of, you know, average male is probably about 6 foot. So the fact that these are this much higher tends to make sense to me. We got roughly about maybe 2.5 feet higher, I guess, than this guy. Again, just using logic, I guess, for that. So if we put our official, for example, let's do this. Let's do this. We're going to substantiate this, justify it even. So let's put an official. Let's do this, just to kind of clarify how high this thing needs to be. Wait a minute. I miss. Nope, not racing yet. The little TJ's waiting for it. We'll be doing that here before the end of the stream, that's for sure. Tire squeal. Yeah, we'll be doing that here. Racer James coming in with the squeal. Alright, I'm going to put an official. And just for clarification, justification, and even all that good stuff. Let's do... Should be... Where's that bad boy? Flagger? No, it's in the F's, that's right. Not bad. We're gonna grab this guy. Bring him up. This is gonna be our reference. Alright, so let's get him to where his feet... Yeah, get his shoes that are showing on the ground. That's too high. Okay, almost there. 5, 7, 5. A little more. So we want to go. Let's see. 0.5, I think it might be too high. Right about there. Right about there. So he's standing on the ground, so you can see how much top. These might have to come down. So we're going to consider this guy roughly about 6 foot. So I think I got these lights just a tad bit too high. Yeah, I need to bring those down just a little. So we're using him for reference. So when I look at this picture and see how much taller that is, I think I got him a little too high. Just a tad too high. Back, let me go this way. Let's bring that down just a little bit, shall we? Let's bring it down to probably about right there. So 2 is going to be better than 3. Cool. I'm liking it. Now, what's even nicer, if there's additional adjustment that we want to make to this light, post-fact, as far as like, maybe it's just a little too big, you need to rescale it, all that good stuff. The fact that these will be in position, and those, again, will only be reswapped, I guess, as far as based on that one 3DO that's in our track folder. So even though they are applied to the track in multiplicity, we won't need to replace these over. That'll be nice. That's if that was taken into consideration. At least have to do that. Alright, so we're going to set this one at too high. And also the next one at too high. Oh my goodness, come on now. There we go. I'm using the wrong keys. You know what? I tend to lose track as far as if I'm in Max, if I'm in Giants Editor, I guess for Farm Sim, or if I'm in Sandbox. All different keys. It's like sometimes I get them jumbled up in my head as far as which keys I need to be using here. Alright, this one we need to set to high. And that's 2 meters, so that's basically 6 foot high from the piece itself. So the fact that the pivot for it is right here, so the fact that we're going that high up gives you somewhat example. So if it was down towards the bottom here, it would probably be a little bit higher. Might not even need to bring it up at all, actually, because when you bring an object in here with the pivot where it's at here, it's going to consider this pivot at 0. So the fact that I have to lift it up here to get it. So here, let me do this to clarify. So if I do a plane, in max here, it's going to. This pivot is always considered 0. I guess as far as when a 3DO is considered, I guess as far as in sandbox, this pivot's always going to be considered 0. So the fact that I'm having to bring it up as high as I'm needing to, that's probably why. So it's kind of like right in the middle of the actual support here. That's part of that reason behind that. So it doesn't go by the pivot like being, because I think there's probably still, let me check this out. There's still going to probably be a little bit less than half. So the pivot was actually like right here, or right about in here, when you look at the model. So the fact that it's considering how close to 0 do we need to have that. Now this model here for the, we already know the way this track is built is well below 0. So that's another thing to put in consideration. I think on this end is higher. I forget which orientation, I guess it was. So it's not, the track isn't built on a 0 plane, I guess is the only point I want to make. So that's probably another fair point to mention as far as why I'm having to lift that up so high from where I've got to orient it, the pivot oriented here. If the track was built more on a 0 plane, I probably wouldn't have to lift it at all, say for example. That's nothing really to have to take in consideration, I guess, as far as building it. If you did want to make it take into consideration, as far as you could build these more in place based on the track model and max that, take that approach, like I was mentioning earlier. You could probably do that. That way, you can set your pivot for each individual object appropriate, or for the initial starting object, I guess I should say. So if you wanted to set it more to the bottom, or more to the bottom of this this horseshoe type, you can put it wherever you want. That way, when you bring it into your track model in max, so it all depends on which approach you want to take to it. That's the only reason why I mentioned. There's more than one ways to do that. In an effort, I guess, to save time, it might behoove, I guess, as far as to do that. So I'm going to leave this other one here where it's at. That way I know where I left off here. I'm going to continue to place these down, and I'll come back and redo the heights and the Y afterwards. Kind of stay more efficient on here. Kind of make an assembly line of these lights here, at least anyway. Am I losing anybody yet? Probably have. I know John Von probably went to go look for some crayons. I probably would be kind of cool to have like a crayon emote. We do use the, that's part of the Spline Design's logo, I guess, as far as being the RGB colors. It does kind of scream, I guess, as far as the idea, as far as having some crayons. All goody. Good. I know some of this stuff here is not for everybody. Always, it's always understandable. And again, if nothing else, the one hope, at least anyway, is that there is some better appreciation, I guess, as far as for what goes into these types of things, and they just don't create themselves. All I'm doing for now, I'm not worrying about the height and or adjusting the Y. I'm going to come back and do that after I place these all. Come on now. Using the wrong keys again. It's a good thing I probably don't have my my keyboard and mouse inputs, because they'd be wrong. You can handle anything. You got T. Yeah. Hey, that's cool. So, do you say you got to have T in order to handle me? Is that what it is? In order to tolerate or handle what's going on here, you got to have some T. Let's see. 180. Yeah, come back and get that. So it'll go a little bit faster, I feel like, if I gonna place these all first and then come back and do the height and the Y all in one fell swoop. And another process there. Or not to be. I'm really curious to see how these are going to look in the game. As anything we do to the track. Let's see. Man, those are really hard to see. I almost wish it was like one more character off. So it doesn't, you know, blend in with all these in our items list. In fact, that's probably something else you can take in consideration when you're creating the model. Trying to keep these all at a positive 180. I can go a negative 180 probably as well. Give me the same result. I just want to keep them all consistent. Oh, okay. I didn't know. That's why I was asking for clarification. Alright, what is going on here? Is that missing a line there? Hold on a second. We got at this opening. Let's see what's going on here. So, yeah, that's something we didn't notice there before. So we got a little bit of, that's probably an F section deal. Alright, so this might be something else to bring to attention. So we've got this line. Is that a TSD? I think that's an object. What happened to my playlist? Yes, please. Continue on that. Alright, so yeah, I think that is a TSD. If I remember right, I think those are TSD. Yeah, so we're missing some of the line here, but I also notice I think this is an F. That's an F section there. We got a little bit of texture bleed there, so I don't know if that's part of the object there or not. Did I mention that? I don't even remember. Good thing you remembered. Yeah, so sometimes, yeah, so as I'm applying these things here, I do notice this already too. That's something else to take note of. I don't know if these are TSDs. That's probably flipping underneath. I guess I don't remember how that was all applied. I think this the pit stalls themselves were model. Can't 100% remember. The SPP domain. So is the landing page not? Is that not working? Is that what it is? I thought that was already transferred, to be honest. Very much appreciated there, Racer James, I guess, as far as you've taken the initiative, I guess, as far as to maintain the domain. I was ready to just let it go away. But as far as being able to allow the SPP tracks, at least anyway, hosted on the SDS landing page, very much appreciated. I know there's some people that still like to have those. Or you never got rid of the go jump till now? Well, I thought you already had. I know you've been on Gator. I think there for a while now, right? That's the only access that I've had, I guess, as far as being able to apply stuff to the Spline Design side, at least, anyway. Yeah, so we got that little bit of issue there. So, is that a? That's what I was curious. Am I right to assume there, Torch, that I think this part here is a model, correct? As far as the actual pit stalls, this concrete here. I think that's what I remember. I'm trying to remember. So that is what do I got selected there? That is man, those stands come way out here. So the fact that I'm clicking on the stands here. Anyway, whatever that happens to be, you know, just kind of correct that. So if it's in the form of an object or whatever, that would need some attention. I'm not going to touch it. Put it that way. Those lines are TSDs. Yeah, so the concrete is a model. That's what I thought. And that's probably why we see that the TSD is clipping through that. So if I go to track surface decal, for example, I'm not going to move it, but see that's a TSD. So the fact that it's clipping below the model, so probably have to adjust the model. TSDs are what they are. You don't have any way to adjust the height on a TSD, unfortunately. So probably would have to be done. And again, it also would come down to how does it look in the game. If it doesn't do this in the game, then don't touch it. So we'll probably take note of that. So definitely try to remind me, I guess, as far as when we go into the track, to check that area out. And that is the first opening. Yeah, so that's the one that gives access to... Nope, take that back. This is the one that gives access to victory lane. This one does not. So this is the one that has the... It has the appearance that you can go in there, but you can't. That's all due to the 3D modeling, so that's kind of cool. So the only one that gives us access to the infield is this one right here. And this one doesn't have as much of that issue. Hey, that's 2 of the same jackpot. 2 in one stream. 500 units of fluids for the jackpot. So that's 2 down. Yeah, so these lights are coming along pretty well so far. Let's continue that process. Alright, so we'll get back into object placement. Yeah, so obviously I can tell right here this is an object. I keep clicking on it actually. As far as this concrete piece, which is named concrete_INF. That makes sense. But it's not so much this one here, it's the one on the outside here. So probably need an adjustment to that model. And again, I probably wouldn't do anything with it until we can confirm it is an issue in the game. If it's an issue in the game, much the same way we see in Sandbox, then more than likely it'll have to be a 10 to 2. Because you got to accommodate, I guess, as far as that breathing, for lack of a better way to put it, that the rendering of geometric items in the game does apply. Yeah. Okay, where were we at? Another infield light. Continue to put these pit lights in. It's always a satisfaction of being able to do a little bit of work to the track and then enjoy the fruits of that labor. Being able to go into the track and have a little bit of fun with it. So we'll put one on either side of the opening here. Yeah, so the only thing I'm going to apply is just the 180 to get it initially into position. We'll come back and adjust the Y and the height. Dadgummit, keep pushing. Wait a minute, that is the right button. Why is that not? Goofy thing anyway. Yeah, so we obviously already got some clipping of... So what we're seeing here is the asphalt texture, which is in an F section, actually bleeding through that concrete object. Obviously, there's some adjustment to that model for the concrete to be done. Oh, you got 79 on that one. Nice. That's a good shot. Bot telling you shouldn't gamble? Yep. It's probably a safe bet. Okay, so let's do the 180. So if nothing else, that gets it initially set up there on the fixed so that I can come back afterwards and adjust that Y and the height, which we settled on going with 2. I'll remember to take that official out there too as far as that flag. We're only using him for reference. Come back and do that after we're done. So the fact that we have things like that to use as a means to determine what other objects we apply to the check need to be. It's actually going pretty swiftly. I probably would have had this done if I wouldn't sitting here procrastinating and flap my gums all that much, but I'm sure you probably all get that. Probably all get that. Be back in a bit, guys. No problem there, Rich Jim. I'm sure we'll be here. He appreciates a couple of beer and a hole. Who wouldn't, right? I mean, you already got 2 jackpots. I guess that doesn't say anything. That should probably tell you something. We'll see what I mean. Right. I've already seen it twice. I've seen what you've been doing. It seems to be working too. I guess as far as you being able to benefit, I guess as far as from getting the jackpot. Give the bot a beer and a hole. Yeah, you get into a pattern here, I guess just really start to understand how much you need to scroll it, find what you need, and you get in a little bit of a rhythm. Knock the rest of these out. It would be nice if that, yeah, as far as like this, you know, like this one is, it's kind of offset a little bit. But I can, at this point here, I can find this one here as far as this inner concrete backstretch. I see that, and then I know those 2 tall lights are right there. That's kind of what I look for in the list at this point. I know it's in the eyes, look for that, and then boom, there it is. Work smarter, not harder. I will say this is probably, if I had my choice between doing this and doing safer foam, I would do this all day long. All day long. Safer foam is not as fun, but when you look at the benefits, I guess, of doing it in the proper fashion, I think the results speak for themselves. It's a tedious process, but I think to get that look that we do see even present in this build, as well as most of the other builds that we've involved ourselves with Torch. So we've had Dover, and I don't remember if we did Vegas or not. I know Torch has done some other builds. Martinsville comes to mind there too. So there's Martinsville, Las Vegas, Dover, and I think now this Texas build. And like I've already mentioned, this has already been a year's worth of work. Almost to the day, maybe a little bit more. And it's really just coming down to fine-tuning it. There's nothing really that major that needs to be done. No serious problems. Gotta get some Joe. Oh, get some ice. I read that wrong, my bad. Oh, absolutely. I think, yeah, doing it correctly down the line as far as to not add insult to injury, for lack of a better way to put it, down the road, I guess, as far as to be like, man, I wish I would have did that better, because now I gotta fix this before I can actually progress. That's kind of the things we take into consideration when we, even when it comes down to the most finite individual items like these lights, being able to swap these out with another model within the same, as long as it's within the same orientation of the original, in comparison to, say, a light emitting object and a non-light emitting object, you know, it's thinking ahead like that. It's like, I wish I would have done, wish I, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda, when it comes to, you know, kind of rushing it out there. Think about, I guess, as far as what you're using it for, what you're going to want to do with it to determine what direction you go in creating it. So instead, in this case here with the light, as I've done for most light applications, you can't do much the same for the foam. You can, you know, for the safer foam, for example, you can apply it with the idea of being able to apply it to any track. So at least the initial starting foam, you know, you can design it in such a fashion so that it's useful no matter what track you apply it to, although it's going to be a different orientation for every track. So much can say to be the same for these lights. So the way I've oriented it is to make it more applicable, I guess, as far as to any track. But as far as the orientation of it, how much manipulation do you have into it to apply it to any track? I guess that's what it comes down to. So it all comes down to that initial design of any object that you create. Not always is it going to require, I guess, to have it in a certain center orientation, for example. Although, even with that said, a lot of the object that has been created has been much like that. But like the foam, the safer foam, for example, that pivot is going to be on a particular edge so that it can pivot to contour, I guess, as far as with the banking of the track. So that has a little bit different attitude, I guess, as far as for that, because of the way it gets applied to such items. It's all a matter of the planning of it. So if the pivot was put in any other position than what it is, it might not be as easy, I guess, to be able to apply it when you try to put it to other track builds. But also, even with all that being said, whoops, need to get into the eyes. There we go. This one here, if I wanted to, I have the raw model for this. If I wanted to orient this to, say, remove the support and only maintain this and apply a different type of bracket to it, depending on the track it's being designed for, I have that option. There's a lot of flexibility in this model to be able to change it. I've got the two different deals here, I guess, as far as with the straight on, you know, the straight fixture, and then the tilted. So that's just one variation, I guess, of that. But again, like I said, if I wanted to chunk this out and make it a more simple bracket. Maybe a track has it mounted directly to the inside wall. There's certain tracks, I guess, that have it in that orientation. I can use that to do that. So again, it all comes down to the design. If it looks the same to most other tracks, maybe just a little bit different on how it's applied to it, it's where you start with the model in the first place. Okay, did I already rotate this? Nope. Make sure I'm keeping them all positive 180. How far are we now? A little more than halfway. About halfway. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. I think what I might end up doing, because this is probably going to take a while in itself, I'm going to get at least these pit road lights applied. We've already got the few that are in turn 1 on the infield. I'll get those applied, and just for the sense of time, we'll test it in the track to see what it's like. I want to still be able to show what it's going to be like to be able to swap these out, I guess, as far as with the light emitting version of the same thing. You know, the orientation of it and how simple that's going to be just to swap it out, and they'll maintain the same position as I'm putting these in. Again, it all comes down to thinking ahead on what I want this object to do and how much flexibility into it. Still need to come back here and adjust the height and the Y on that. I'm going to spit these out, get these done. And again, if there's anything that anyone cares to want to ask questions, why feel free to ask. I mean, I don't, just because I'm involving myself with this, I've already made plans, I guess, as far as to accommodate questions, concerns, or anything other. There you go. I'm giving the bot a drink. Cheers. Try to get a few of these. So also the other thing that I'm noticing as I'm going through this, some of these lines aren't 100% lined up, I guess, as far as with the other lines. So that might be a little bit more adjustment. That's also something you need to take into consideration, I guess, as far as looking at it in game. And that's something I always got really OCD about, I guess, as far as getting these lines to butt up with all the other lines. So the TSDs with the F section and so on and so forth. So the fact that I'm noticing these even from in here, that's something else I might take a look at as far as once we get into the game. So we already got it on the list, I guess, to be able to check this first opening on pit road. Something else I want to look at is how well these lines are butted up, I guess, as far as to these, I think those are F sections. Let me double check. Yeah, so these are F sections. So we want to look at how these TSD, these track surface decal lines, are butted up too. I get super anal about that as far as to make sure there's no gaps, they don't overlap. This looks like doo-doo sometimes when you don't do that right. Okay. So even as I do these, place these lights, I notice those types of things at least anyway. There's John Bond. Typing probably won't be any better. What do you mean? What did I miss? Oh, you're back on PC now? Oh, okay, so I was like, what the heck? Did you get your crayons? you're gonna probably I might have to do that just because now I'll have to create a crayon emote. Any particular color? Do you provide any particular? I got an idea. I got an idea for one anyway. I'll probably have that for next time. I'm gonna have to do that now. Just because, you know, John Bond always giving me ideas. I tend to take a lot of his ideas, like the dealer's choice. Okay, how about a I don't know. Maybe Yasso can kind of fill in, I guess, as far as which ones are the doggos usually like. Not green. We don't need anybody getting frisky. What does the green have to do with it? I think I missed something there. Dude, I'm gonna make myself a note. Give me a second. Oh man, where's my sticky notes? I lost my sticky notes. And yes, I'm procrastinating again. It happens every once in a while. So just a second here.
Turning and turning in the winding gyre. The falcon cannot hear the falcon. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold.
Okay. Cool. That's going on my list of things to do. Doggos eat it all?
The ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best black all.
Oh. You did? What? I must have missed that. It's like a aphrodisiac. Why is that?
Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand.
Or Google. Yeah, I can't do that. I've done that before and it gets lost. So I gotta have a physical note. That's the only way I work. I'm old school that way. I've tried doing that before, just as far as, not that I don't use it, right? But I always forget about it. It gets lost. And it's like, I'll find it later on. It's like, what the heck was this? Like, oh yeah, I already did that. Because I usually go by my physical note. As opposed to the digital note. Okay. I got sticky notes all over the place though. Some of these I need to discard because some of them have to do with projects that are already done. You'll lose the physical note? See, I don't. Sticky notes. Sticky notes are my friend. Oh. How did I miss? Wait a minute. What? Hold on. Texas toast. Where did he say that? Yeah, so I missed something. Seems to work for them. Like the green, yeah. Oh, okay. Alright, I guess I missed that. I'm sorry. I missed that. I apologize. I know you had mentioned about crayons earlier. And that's all I saw. Okay. I totally missed that then. See, now you really got me thinking. You really got me thinking, I guess, as far as ideas for, I gotta keep you all entertained, I guess, as far as why I'm doing some of these tedious tasks like this. I know sometimes you can all get bored. I get it. Totally get it. But if there's anything, I guess, to be understood, I guess, as far as going through these tedious processes here, the result we get out of it. So, I haven't taken the initiative to actually line these all up in a row here. I can already tell just by looking down this row. See how they tend to weave in and out? Or is they're not in a nice straight little row? That's what I don't want. So if I'm going to place these down there, I want them to be all nice, dress right dress. We got a little bit of in and out to it. So that's why I'm going to go through that, adjust the Y on that, and obviously still adjust the height. You kind of get the idea of how these will look once they're all in place. That's going to add that much more detail, I guess, as far as to the what's going down here on pit road. So once we get the actual more wagons in here, as far as for all the different teams into the track, that's going to add more to it as well. We're getting there. A little bit more than halfway now at this point. Almost halfway there. Javon still got that emote. Nice. With the green M&M ideas, since we only really get lots of Christmas. Oh, I wouldn't even know. Javon just trying everything. The heck you doing there? We need that command too, as far as a random. I know Big Guy's got one of those. I think that one's pretty funny, where it's the Windows ka-chonk or whatever. I call it the ka-chonk. As far as just like, what? John Von just playing with everything. Let's see. Oh, gotta get into the eyes. I see buttons, I press buttons, right? Could be why they don't like me working the heavy machinery at work. Yeah, could be. That's pretty funny. That's a funny one. Yeah. So the random. I mean, it's in a lot of cases it's pretty appropriate. Whoops, I forgot to spin that 180. There's plenty of buttons out there, though, I guess, as far as on the sound panel. Got the channel point redemptions. I know some of y'all probably got a ton of channel points. Right there, John Von? Well, I don't feel there's much here, I guess, as far as that you can really screw up, other than just get my attention or make a lot of noise. Tried to make sure of that. That seems to be a repeat of the same song. Interesting. What's techno doing to me here? Well, right? Yeah, so? Right. Yeah. You know, unless the button actually says right on it, I guess, as far as what it does. I've always concluded against anything that's a red button is probably bad. Doesn't always mean like stop. Red buttons is very, very bad.
What a good way to start this episode. Billy, are you ready to sit with me?
Don't worry, everybody. So for those that are just on getting bored to death, I guess, as far as this process here, I'm gonna finish up doing these. and you kind of get the idea of how much time it would take to do the rest of them. I'm going to finish up these ones on pit road, get them all lined up nice and pretty, and then demonstrate, I guess, as far as how easy that is going to be swap out with the light emitting version, and then we'll get in to do some racing. No, let's put the majority of y'all come here to check out, right? We'll try not to disappoint. Ooh, almost got a jackpot there. Just by one little red guy. They do nothing unless the system is down. They reset stuff and totally, right? Yellow mean go faster. Starman reference, right? Nah, we check what you're doing. Not the racing. I mean, it's... I don't know. I think the racing's... I get a... Most tend to like to see the finished product, I guess. That's the sense that I get. This tune, though, it's a banger. Techno X, royalty free on YouTube, just in case anybody was wondering. You know, if I haven't said this already, it would probably take just as much time. Pretty close, I guess, as far as if you were to do this from the track model standpoint within the modeling program. So regardless if you do it, whichever way you do it, it would probably take just as long. You still need to get the light fixtures into position. So we are at the end.
YouTube Music Premium. Start a 1-month free trial.
And we're at the YouTube ads. Alright, I went back. Cool. Cool. That was short and sweet. So we're almost to the end here. Sweet. We got a few more here to put. I didn't go too bad. Still got to go back through these and adjust the height and that Y translate. Knowing how to fix is what you make value. Anyone can learn to break stuff. But if you can break and then fix it... Wait, do we like breaking stuff here? Where did that come from? Maintenance, put it as a new station. Let him push all the buttons stuff because you know he's gonna... right? That'd be funny. John is QA and testing expert. Yeah, you've been testing all this stuff. Going on 11 years? Holy crap. That is a while. That is a while. And they're probably the only one there. Nah, never mind. I was gonna say, from what you've told me, I guess as far as some of the individuals, I guess, that have been hired, I guess, as far as, you know, like off the street, makes me tend to wonder, I guess, as far as they don't have as much experience, that's for sure. I think that's crazy, I guess, as far as do that. And I don't know what the types of things that I'm going through, I guess, as far as finding another job, you know, post fact of losing the one that I had due to I don't even want to go into that, but I mean, it's, yeah, not of my own doing, let's put it that way. It's not been easy. But going through the process of, you know, what these employers are actually looking for, it's kind of not really, it's not really that good, I guess, as far as they want the younger people that are less experienced and are more manipulative, I guess, as far as to get paid less. So from a business standpoint, I guess it makes sense that you would want to pay less, I guess, for people to do the same type of work as somebody else that's more experienced, but it doesn't help those like myself, because they're not willing, I guess, to take a second look at someone like myself that has more experience and to pay them more. That's kind of what we're dealing with now in this job market. Okay, so where did we leave off? We need to light up. Oh, we gotta come back a little bit more. We need to light this guy up. That would be this one. There we go. So now we can, from here, we can adjust. So I'm going to grab the Y value from this guy. Take this guy. Yeah, and that's kind of the sad thing. You know, they're really not taking into consideration, I guess, the more experienced workers. You lost 20% of the staff over Christmas. Whoops, hold on. Chat scrolling too fast. Chat, what are you doing? God dang it, hold on. Chat's being stupid. I'm gonna go to this one. Night shift has a high turnover. Have the institutional knowledge plus the break fix it, right? You lost 20% of the staff over Christmas shutdown, and the shutdown was paid. I mean, that sounds like it should have been. Even accepting some people straight out of jail. Yeah, that's not. I don't know. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm all about rehabilitation, but I don't know. What about these people that are more experienced? And again, it comes down to what I was just saying, as far as like places like where you're at would rather pay less to somebody that's less experienced, right? As opposed to considering it somebody with more experience. It's pretty sad. Right. No. I think you made that clear, I guess, as far as about the Christmas break shutdown. There's just not enough work there, I guess, as far as to work through Christmas. Well, then there's that too, yeah. So as far as, you know, the retention, some of these employee retention ratios at some of these places here has got to be through the roof. And from a business standpoint, it doesn't make any sense. Whatever happened, I guess, as far as, you know, because I took accounting. I got I got a minor in accounting as far as business management. You always want to keep your employee retention ratio low. Some of these places, they've got to have it through the roof. You know, so the fact that there's absolutely no grounds there, I guess, as far as to maintain, you know, and have some type of employee retention anymore. It's just like, oh, you only want to stay here for 2 weeks or a month or whatever. Okay, fine. Pick up somebody off the street and just, I don't know what's up with that, but that seems to be what's going on, and it's pretty bad. That's not very good business sense. And it just, you know, it makes me tend to rethink, I guess, as far as even wanting to be considered, I guess, for a position like that. If that's the approach you're going to take, and not want to take more experienced workers into consideration, with you know, a future negotiation, I guess, as far as more pay, you know, after a certain period of time, like say 90 days, whatever happened to that? I don't get it. It doesn't seem to exist anymore. Wish they would raise my pay though. Well, especially after 11 years. Needs to wait. IT needs to compete. You like your paid off time. Well, who doesn't? Right. Turnover ratio low, retention high. Yeah, turnover low and retention high. Right. I guess maybe I might have said that wrong. But that employee turnover ratio, right, you want that to be... And the reason it stays low, I mean, use the logic there. It's like when you're not constantly hiring or trying to hire new people in there, that's why that number would stay low. But the employee retention is way... Yeah, so I might have said that wrong, but I think you get the point. You know, from an accounting standpoint, it makes no sense why you wouldn't want to retain good employees. You know, as far as like you'd rather them just go away just because you don't want to pay them more for time that they've got into, you know, as far as experience. There's no value in experience anymore. So call it merit, call it what you want. Employers just don't seem to want to. And even post-fact, I guess, of all the pandemic and all that crap, it's been going on even before that. But it's even worse now. Employers are tending to use it as an excuse. You know, we're trying to recover ourselves, yada yada, and it's ridiculous. It's just a ridiculous excuse. Not very optimistic, I guess, at this point as far as being able to find a living wage type of job. Most of those jobs that are considered living wage, you know, they talk about all the time in the mainstream media, I guess, as far as like, yeah, I get all these new infrastructure jobs and whatever. They're already accounted for. It doesn't benefit me, so why even mentioning it? It's good for those people that are able to acquire it, right? Because they've got Joe Blow, I guess, as far as supporting them to be able to get them in. Doesn't help those like myself that are lower on the ladder. So that's just my little soapbox argument, I guess, as far as on that topic. And it doesn't seem to matter where I go, it's the same issue. In some cases, it's a lot worse than it is here. But it's definitely bad here. Yeah, so all that talk, I guess, as far as, you know, oh yeah, there's jobs out there. Yeah, if you want something that will get you by until you find that living wage type of job, yeah, that's one thing. But I need to make sure I'm adjusting these Ys. Yeah. To make sure I got these Ys adjusted. Yeah, that's good. Kind of backtracking a little bit. I'm gonna try and do both the height and the Y adjustment on one fall swoop, so I can probably do it from here, no problem. I don't really need to have the camera view up. Just trying to show you folks, I guess, as far as all that's adjusting. You kind of see what's going on here. Cool. Alright. I get 5 weeks of vacation, over 62 hours, PTO plus. Well, for considering how much time you got, that doesn't seem unreasonable. They see value more? I'm not seeing it. Well, that's good from where you're at. Not what I see. It's hard to get fired. Well, because they probably need workers. That's the thing. Now, I think what it really comes down to is people just leave because they don't like the work. And, you know, like I was saying, as far as what I see here, they hire the younger people. You know, they're lucky maybe in most of these types of jobs that I'm applying for, that I would like to have. They're lucky if they stay there for like a week and they quit. So it's not even a matter of them getting fired. They just either don't show up or whatever the case may be. So it comes down to these new hires that they apply. It really makes no sense to me. You know, so whether or not they need to pay the people more, or if they just need to make the work conditions, I guess, a little bit more, a little better. Whatever it happens to be, they're not doing it. to retain, I guess, as far as new hires. Granted, there is some aspect, I guess, of some of this newer generation, some of these teeny boppers that are getting hired, just the lack of work ethic. That's the other thing. And I guess that comes down to the merit that I was talking about. Putting some value, I guess, as far as on experience. It just doesn't seem to exist. And that's good that I guess it does where you're at, but I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. So far, I've already had 3 interviews, I guess, as far as post-fact of the start of the new year. And just about everyone that I've gone to, for every person that was my age, there was probably at least a dozen, probably what I consider teeny boppers, you know, the younger generation, you know, in their 20s, you know, just out of high school type of thing. And, you know, the fact that I do the follow-ups, I guess, as far as to ensure, I guess, as far as where am I at with this being considered. And this is probably another problem too, the fact that there's no obligation whatsoever by the employer to get a hold of even potential prospects, to let them know, I guess, as far as that they haven't been considered, to be able to move on, I guess, to the next you know, what else they would need to do. That's another issue that I see too. You know, they kind of leave you hanging in the balance as far as to be like, oh, no obligation whatsoever, I guess, to let you know, sorry, you know, we've already, it just isn't there. So there's a lot of problems with the way the job market's working right now, and I think it's pretty sad. And I ain't making excuses, but this is what I've witnessed. 3 interviews so far since this, you know, even post fact, I guess, as far as of the new year, and that's been my experience so far. I mean, I've had the 3 jobs, I guess I'll probably elaborate. 2 of the positions were, no, I take it back. One was an IT position, you know, kind of networking. One was a mechanic, and this was for our busing system that we have here, as far as mass transit, which really didn't make any sense to me. They probably hired some younger kid or whatever that they could pay less. It all comes down to wanting to pay less. Okay, it comes to quality. And then the third job had to do with retail, which that was like the last resort, I guess, as far as I wanted to consider. I've done retail. I don't like retail. It's a funky industry, I guess, as far as the wacky hours, the heavy work. I'm more of like a 9 to 5-ish type of thing with maybe a little bit of overtime every once in a while. I don't mind that. But I enjoy my free time, so there's just not enough jobs out there, I guess, that fall into that category, I suppose, too. Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, the teeny boppers. So why, you know, the fact that they are always initially considered by employers, I see this over and over again, and they know what's going to be the result. Chances are, granted, you might get a select couple of out of all those that you consider the teeny boppers, right? And I was in their shoes, I guess, at one time before. So I'm definitely about them getting an opportunity, just much the same as I have. I'm not against that at all. But when majority of the time these employers know what the result's going to be as far as hiring these younger people, you know, why wouldn't you want to, at least out of every 3 teeny boppers that you hire, at least hire somebody that's more experienced and pay them a little bit more right off the bat? They just don't do it. Because they know what again, it comes down to, this is what I don't get from a management standpoint. They know what the result will be if they hire at least one experienced worker over the umpteen million of the teeny boppers that they do. So why wouldn't you want to do that? I don't know. It's just frustrating to me, I guess, as far as that, the way that, if I was the hiring, whoever, human resources, I guess, of some of these places that I've applied to, I'd want to pull my own hair out. It's like, what are you doing? What is why you have this strategy that you're going by here? It makes no sense. I don't know why I keep putting it in the camera. I guess I'm just trying to show y'all, I guess, as far as I can probably do this a lot faster just in this view. Yeah, so the fact that I have that value copied in there, that's all I gotta do is copy pasta. Yeah, this goes much quicker this way. I can always look at the camera view certain intervals, I guess, just to kind of make sure I'm on the right track. Yeah, see, that's what I don't see anymore, though, Javon. That's what I'm talking about. That doesn't exist anymore. They don't hire on merit or based experience, whatever you want to call it. They don't do that. They see that you're a young person that's going to look good for them from, you know, the jurisdiction to which they you know, run their corporation in or run their business in, and that, you know, so that's all they look at. You know, so all these other people that are experienced, you know, if they saved themselves even a couple bucks. This is what I don't get too. I guess to kind of even further elaborate on the fact that they hire these younger people, as many as they do. It costs that company money to have to retrain. You know, going through the whole training process. You know, they have to usually get somebody or whatever to walk that person through to get them on board with how things are operating. You know, with the protocols there. Why would you want to keep doing that over and over again when these younger people that don't want to work, you keep hiring them? Why do you do that? They're continuing to do that. They've been doing that. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I've gone so far down south as Ohio and I've seen the same thing. They do the same thing. So in my opinion, it happens all over the place. Doesn't matter where you go. And the fact that I don't have all kinds of money to be able to move. Because even then, even if I did, the thing I keep asking myself this question, even if I did have the money to move, it would be the same crap that I'm dealing with here. So there's no benefit in me moving. Let alone do I want to. So, even if I were to consider that, it's not even an option. It would have to be a damn good job. And by that, it would have to be something that would pay for my moving expenses, you know, even pay me up front, for example, I guess, to even do that. It would have to include that at this point, because there's just no room for it. If you really want me, you'll consider that. And again, I guess it just all comes down to merit. Well, and like I've said, yeah, so it's like I've applied to just about every industry, 3 different industries, right? It's not just been one focus, I guess, as far as in these last 3 jobs that I've applied for. And the result that I've gotten in there, it's the same thing. They focus more on the younger generation, the younger people, which again, I get it. You know, as far as like you know, number one, they want to look good. I guess as far as wanting to hire those types of young adults, I get that because I was in that boat before. You know, when I look at the opportunities that existed prior to me going into the service, are way less than what they were too. I guess that's something else I take in consideration. And also, I don't know. Maybe I was just brought up differently, but it seems to me there needed to be something done with, you know, the hiring, I guess, of so much of these young adults, and more for the option, I guess, just to make the company look good, because that's what seems to be the thing. That's what I observe, at least, anyway. You know, I'm not saying they should, you know, some of these businesses should totally deny, I guess, as far as considering, I guess, as far as younger adults, but just don't hire so many. You know, for like I said, if you kind of pan it out a little bit more, I guess, as far as to, for every 3 or 4 young adults that you hire at least 1 that has experience and pay them a little bit more. They just don't do that. They do these mass hirings on some of these places, like Road Commission comes to mind here. We got jobs there in the Road Commission. They'll hire a lot of these young adults because they know it's seasonal, and granted, yeah, they probably pay about $23 an hour, but it's only for the summer. Of course, they're always going to consider the younger people because, number one, they're not in school. They need something to do, and it's just like that's their number one go-to. But there's no longevity in that, right? I mean, yeah, it looks good on a resume that you had that job. That doesn't guarantee that you're going to get it again the next time around. So there needs to be more emphasis, I guess, on living wage type of jobs. Jobs that can be retained, I guess, as far as for long term. They just don't exist. And what ones that do exist, they're already accounted for. So you got like the union workers, things like that. And that's good for them. Doesn't do any good for me. That seems pretty standard, I guess, as far as for production work, but you know, that's all fine and dandy if they consider, I guess, as far as just anyone. But again, it comes down to retention. There has to be, you know, from what you've mentioned, I guess, as far as you've got plenty of you know, as far as the pay time off and stuff like that. That's pretty, you know, so this as long as they give it to you. That's the other thing. I've been involved with plenty of manufacturing concerns that, yeah, you can accumulate all this time off, but getting the time off during the time that you need it is always an issue. So, like, you can't just take time off when you feel like it, for example. It has to be at their convenience. You know, so it's there was always that issue. I've had at least 3 jobs, like I said, were like that, and I basically ended up having to leave there because they didn't respect the fact that when you're not able to take care of your own personal things, as far as being able to go to the doctor or this and that, you know, because you're working all the time and you can't get that paid time off, that's an issue. I can't stay with a place like that. You know, so as long as they're doing that for you, then that's probably a good job to keep. So that's good, I guess, for those that do have those jobs. I would definitely take into consideration to keep it. That's for sure. I'm just coming more and more to the terms with the fact that all the things that forced me to get out of my very last job, which was back in 13, it's gone nothing but downhill from there. I try to do so much for myself, I guess, as far as to, you know, run my own business concern or whatever, and that's just fall flat in my face. So I'm stuck doing things like this that I like to do. I'm not one to point a finger or whatever like that. It's like, I'm not saying part of my decisions weren't my fault, right? But some of these powers that be need to take more consideration, I guess, as far as why I did what I did. Right. You know, and that's the thing, you know, here's the other thing that bugs me, I guess, as far as when take anybody that applies for a position. I don't think employers, it becomes obvious to me that employers don't even take into consideration that you, as the applicant, have taken the time to consider what is required of them, I guess, to even consider applying for the job in the first place, right? I don't apply for jobs just because there's one, you know, that's posted. And I think that's the other flaw, I think, with the hiring process with a lot of these places. They don't consider, so when they ask you that question, and it bugs the absolute ever-loving crap out of me when they ask it. What makes you a good candidate for this position? It's such a BS question, because it's like, if you have to even ask that question, why are we even having this discussion? I've already made, you know, a lucid decision, I guess, as far as to even apply for the place based on my opportunity, I guess, you know, what my capabilities are. That's what I meant. So it's really, you can't answer it correctly, I guess is what I'm saying, because you can say what they. I want to say this. Every interview that I had, they asked that same question, I guess, as far as like, what makes you a good candidate for this position. And when I say that, you know, you can answer it one way, and they can say, like, you know, they won't tell you. That's the thing. And I think that's the other thing, that, you know, the lack of communication and the lack of obligation that there is, I guess, kind of let you know as far as like, no, that's not the right answer. There is none. So it's like, you're just kind of left hanging in the balance as far as like, okay, what did I do wrong? What did I say wrong? What did I, you know, it's, I don't know. It's just, the way the job market is right now, the direction that it's going, it's just it's just definitely not the same as it was before. And I'm not one, I guess, to be able to acclimatize to it. I've been told already, even up to this point, as far as like, you know, it's a times they are changing and all this stuff. It's just like, I'm not adapted to it. I'm not all for it, and that's only going to put me in a bad way more and more as I try to consider even getting a job in this market. There's no merit. There's no consideration, I guess, for experience. From what I've seen, they would much rather just keep turning over, I guess, new employees over and over and over again instead of retaining. I've seen enough so far. That almost seems too high. I did set it at 2, okay. Well, and that's one of the ways that I have answered the question there, John Von. It's funny you mentioned that. I'd asked, you know, I have posed that, I have question within a question as far as like, why is this position available? And of course they don't answer that, but I know the answer. I know the whole concept, yeah, so I guess as far as why they asked the question, but it's such a cliche type of question. It's just like, I just don't feel still when they ask that question that they're even taking into consideration why you even applied there. Like for me, for those like myself that has enough experience, I'm giving you my resume, I'm giving you my sheet and my whole list of jobs that I've had. If that's not good enough for you to take into consideration, right? I shouldn't have to sell myself. It's all there in black and white. You know, so if it just comes down to you want to know me as a person, put me on, you know, put me on the spot. Give me some OTG, you know, give me some on the job, some OTJ. I'll show you what I can do. And if I don't work out, kick my ass out the door. That's where I consider the lack of merit. It's like, it's this show, and especially when it's like blue collar type of work, that production type of work. I mean, a lot of these jobs, I don't know, maybe I'm just too way out there, I guess, as far as like, but in most cases an untrained monkey can do it, you know, but it's this cat and mouse game, I guess, as far as like, well, show me, tell me, asking all these questions, but it has nothing to do with what your abilities are, right? They just want to get to know you as a person, and this whole concept, I guess, as far as your social media presence, that's become a thing too. That's become very in all these 3 jobs, they 100% have asked as far as like, well, I noticed, do you have a Facebook account or do you have this account? And when I ask them as far as why, some of them even tend to get a little bit on the defensive. But some will come straight out and tell you straight up, I guess, as far as that they use that as a means to consider you as a candidate. So social media presence is actually becoming a form of reference. Instead of just having personal references, they don't really mean as much anymore. That's something else that I've noticed. So it's like, all it basically comes back down to, as far as like this new market, the way it's designed, it ain't my cup of tea. And I'm not very optimistic, I guess, as far as this. I'm not one that gets on social media and post all that, I guess, as far as I don't work that way. So when I tell them that, as far as to give them some type of clarification, as far as I don't swing that way. If that's necessarily putting me in a bad way, I guess, as far as being considered, I don't have a chance in hell anymore then. So that's probably something else I observe, I guess, as far as going through these last 3 job interviews. Every stinking one of them has asked me, if I'm on any social media platforms, like, Facebook in particular. And it's like, no. And their reactions, I guess, are usually, pretty profound. Not something I observe, at least anyway. It's like, you actually are going to use this instead of... Now, I got pretty good, at least I like to think I do, I got some pretty good living personal references, classic, traditional references as far as to put on a resume, right? And those don't even seem to be taken into consideration anymore. I mean, they're nice to have, but they're not something that are looked at as much, unfortunately. And that's, to me, just really sad. Well, and that's the thing. That's what they're looking for, right? They want to see how much negativity or what type of vibes that you're posting on there. And I don't get on those. That's part of the reason why I don't, right? But if that's what they're going to use as a means, I guess, to determine you as a good candidate, I don't have a chance in hell, because I don't post on those things, good, bad, or otherwise. But these younger kids do. These teeny boppers, they do. So of course they're going to get considered, because they can see, they can keep track of them even. That's another thing. As far as keeping tabs, it's like, oh, he's posting on Facebook, but he's not at work. That kind of shit. It's just like, I don't know. I don't like that. I mean, I know that seems to be the way of things, but that ain't me. That stuff just isn't for me. And if that's the direction it's going to, I got no hope, I guess, as far as for the job market these days. I'm going to be stuck just doing what I'm doing here, just enjoying what I'm doing here. And that's probably the way it'll stay. If something doesn't change, I guess, about how people are considered for hiring. Well, that's what I've been told there, yeah, so straight up. I've been told at least by one of the organizations anyway, but that's, when after getting it told, I guess, as far as through the one job interview, and then by the third job interview, when I asked, it's like, I keep hearing about, being on any type of social media outlet. It's just like, I'd like to understand, I guess, as far as why is that important? So I kind of posed the question, I guess, that way to the interviewer. And the one gal had clearly said they use that as a means to consider you as a good candidate. I didn't go into details. I just wanted some clarification as to why that is. So the way that was answered to me, it led me to believe that they look to see if you're causing negativity or whatever, if, you know, as to whether or not, say for example, you would be bad press for them. But also what I consider as far as like, because I know plenty of people I went to school with, their kids, that's how their employers keep track of them. As far as, you know, if they're on social media, but yet they're supposed to be at work, or they're missing their shift or whatever, and they're sitting there chit-chatting with their buddies or whatever like that, that's how they get kept track of. It's just like, if that's the way it's working now, sorry, I don't work that way. Because I don't get on those platforms. But yeah, it has been told to me that's what they use. And there's no law against it. You know, businesses apparently can use whatever outlet they feel is necessary to consider a candidate, I suppose now, in that fashion. Well, exactly. And if that's the means that they're doing, it's like I said, what does that say for someone like myself that doesn't get on those platforms? I'm not going to get on a platform like that just because of that, right? I'm just not going to do it. And call me stubborn, whatever, but it's like, I don't want it. I don't want to get even involved with that, because there's too much toxicity, drama, whatever you want to call it, I guess, as far as on those types of platforms, and I don't need it. I got enough stress in my life. I don't need that garbage. And that's exactly what it is what I feel. It's garbage. And if nobody likes that, it's tough baloney. I mean, that's how I feel about it. You can unfollow me right now for all I care, because it's like, I don't get on those social medias. I try to stay positive, and I can't stay positive by getting on platforms like that. So if that's what employers want to use as a means to, you know, to help them decide whether you're a good candidate, because they do have, you know, hundreds if not thousands, I guess, of prospects, you know, people applying for a particular position, and if that's what they're going to use, I guess, to weed it out, I don't have a chance in hell. Well, I can not do that, yeah, so by not getting on there at all. That's just the thing. I've told them I don't use them, but, you know, beyond that, that's up to them to decide. But like I said, when I do the follow-ups, post-fact of the interview, when they've already filled the position or just simply hasn't, my only resolution, or my only conclusion can be, it's just like, well, they've already made it clear to me that I don't use social media. They're not able to check that to see where I'm at character-wise, even though they've been able to see me in person, right? That's not good enough. So that's my only conclusion I can make, that obviously they must be taking into account that I'm not on social media. They can't follow me like a puppy dog, you know, to make sure where my whereabouts are and all that stuff. So it's like, yeah, we don't want that guy. That's the only thing I can conclude. And it's a pretty reasonable conclusion, in my opinion. Because when they can hire somebody that is on the social media, like these younger people, and consider them before they consider, you know, myself for a position, it just makes obvious sense to me. That's what's happening. It's kind of a no-brainer. You know, if they need positions filled so bad, they wouldn't do it the way they're doing it. I guess that's the other thing too. I think it's just a piss poor way, I guess, to go about it as far as the hiring process. There's much better ways to use, I guess, than that. It may not be a good conclusion, but that's the conclusion that I've come to.
The ceremony of innocence is drowned.
take it or leave it.
Best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity.
I don't really care, because that's what I observed. That's 3 jobs that I've gone through in the last 2 weeks,
Is it hand
and that's what I've
coming?
noticed, and the conclusion I've come to. Because
When a vast
again, it comes down to if these positions needed to be filled so badly,
sight,
with the experience that I've got, there's no reason why I shouldn't have a job,
a shape of lion body,
even as we speak.
a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it
And now that this conversation's out there, I'm sure there's probably some prospective employer that I've probably applied to that's probably hearing it and really getting a really good idea as far as where I'm at. Well, take that, put that in your pipe and smoke it. That's where I am at. This is the true me. I don't try to sugarcoat it. And if that offends people, that's their problem, not mine. Alright, got all these in position. Okay, we're all good to go. We're at the right height. Got the proper Y orientation. Guess this wasn't going on an angle as much as I thought it was, so it's pretty straight and true. Look at that. Beautiful. Don't have any bobbing and weaving. I can dig it. Alright, we need to get rid of this guy. Almost forgot. Okay, where's this guy at? Gonna get him out. And we can go ahead and save this. So what I want to do is kind of go ahead and save this. Get this thing centered up a little bit. So we're going to go into center geometry. There we go. And then we're going to save this. I'm going to go ahead and overwrite that original ETF that I did because it's all based on the same thing. Now you could probably take the approach of creating a new PTF if you wanted to, but I'm gonna go ahead and just overwrite on this one because we only did the one thing, so it really does come down to how much you're doing in one PTF session. Now the fact that it's been probably about an hour thereabouts, I guess, as far as since I started this PTF session, that's something else to take in consideration too. So in most cases it's not really like specific on time, but if you keep the sandbox open and are doing quite a bit with one particular type of placement of things like I was, you do want to keep it into consideration as far as if you've been in there too long. That would help you determine more whether or not you want to save a new PTF, because it could have very well come to be that sandbox would have crashed by doing that, and then I'd have to start all over again. But I've done this enough to kind of know just exactly how sandbox will behave. So if I had done a lot more work and had spent a lot more time than I did right there, was kind of right on the cusp of, on the verge, even possibly, I guess, as far as to wanting to just say, nope, I'm done. And so I was pretty safe on that, in that regard. Alright, so with that PTF saved, what I want to do now, I'm going to close this out and go new. Now you see how that object looks, I guess, as far as with the day version, as far as the non-emitting light. Now I've got this version here for the, and I'll use the type B on the pit road, I guess, as far as to kind of show how this will work. So for these lights here on the night one, the day one's in there, the non-emitting one, I'm going to take this B one for the day, for the night, I'm sorry, and just change that out. So I'm only going to do it for the object. I'm not going to worry about the MIPS, but just to kind of give you an idea. The way I'll be able to tell is when I change the texture. So I'll do this one step at a time. So to change this out,
Let's get ready to rumble!
who did that one? Oh my, holy crap, this thing needs to be refreshed. Yowza. Whoever did that, we're getting ready to rumble here pretty soon. We're gonna get into the game. Well, John Von did that. That's one of your own. Cool. Alright, so what I will end up having to do, so because these two 3DOs are in the same orientation, I won't be able to tell that it's any different unless I change the texture. It should have the glow on it though. That's the other thing I was looking for here. So it's going to need this glow. So that's what I wanted to show. That's what I wanted to show. So if I open this up in Notepad, the only difference between this object here and the non-emitting one is it has this attached glow to it, which is the fabricated. So that's another reason why I created it in the fashion that I did, so I can tell the difference between that. So when I look in here, even though these two objects for the non-light emitting and the light emitting are the same name, I can look in here. If for some reason they get, you know, put in different locations, I can look in here and do a search and look to see what MIPs are applied. And if it does have this, ah crap, I meant to type it as MIP. Helps if you type it right. So there's that one and the glow. So this one I know is the light emitting, because I know it's got the glow attached to it. So it's going to need this object here as well, or this texture I should say. So I'm going to need these two items. I already got this one in here, even though this one does have it painted a little bit different to make that lens where the light come from different. The only other piece I really need to have is this glow, otherwise it won't load in. It'll make sense here in a second. So I'll go ahead and put this into the track and just show how easy this is going to be to swap out. So yeah, I want to go over that. So the only thing that's new is this glow. So now when I load the track up, it's actually going to spawn in with this glow in the same orientation as the non-emitting light for all those on pit road. I should probably add. So let's load this back up. Now, I didn't have any indication that the PTF save wasn't adequate, so it should load right back up. We looking at the matrix in Notepad? Kinda. As far as that Notepad, that's basically looking at the, yeah, so when we look at the object in this fashion, oh, give it a second to load up. When we look at the object, oh, hold on. Come on, Sandbox. Get with the program. Okay, there we go. So when we look at the object, the 3DO in this case, from this perspective, this is basically all of this matrix, if you want to call it that. These are all like the individual verts, the polys, the faces, whatever of that, in kind of somewhat hex form. You don't ever want to edit this. You don't ever want to edit this, because you will totally screw it up unless you 100% understand how hex works as far as binary information works. Much as probably another way to mention it. Do not ever edit this in this fashion. You'll totally corrupt this 3DO. But this is the fact that we can look at what type of group and shape descriptors that we have applied to the different things, as well as the textures that are applied. That's one thing that it is useful for looking at it in that fashion. So if ever you've got an object in your track, or if you have an object that you don't know what textures are applied to it, that's one way to be able to find them. Alright, so with that swapped out, why do I have, hold on, close this one. For some reason I got two versions of Sandbox open. Alright, so this loaded it up with that new light emitting version. Now if I was to open this up in the track without switching it over to a night track, all the cars would be black. So this is the light emitting version, so it has the fabricated glow. Now the only thing I didn't change, like I said, as far as the texture for the actual static light fixture, it has that painted on here as far as for light being come out. So this is the day version that I got currently showing. That's just to show some contrast between the two. The only thing that is really required with the swapping out of that is this glow. Once I put them both in there, then that's fully applied, I guess, as far as for a night track. That's how the night... No, again, like I said, if I were to leave these, and not only in Sandbox, but put these in the actual track folder for the sim, this is still considered a day track. So if we do that, it kind of makes everything black. As far as the cars, the shadowing, and all that stuff, everything will be black. So unless I go into the track itself, once I swap all these out, I go into the track here under the lighting options, changes to night, then those lights will work like they're intended to. I'm not going to do that right now, but that's just a couple of, swapping out of the 3DO, just like I did there, and just a simple tick mark in the track lighting options makes it a night track. And if you want to add any further shading, I guess as far as to the track, as far as on the, coming off the walls and stuff like that, you can add that if you so choose to. But what truly makes it a night track is when you check mark that track lighting options and putting in your light emitting objects. So anyway, I wanted to be able to show how simple that was going to be to swap out, being the fact that both of those non-emitting and light-emitting objects are in the same orientation, same position. Simple swap of a 3DO changes every one of them. Only they have a different way they function is all. Now let's go ahead and swap these back. We'll go ahead and do a new. So it saves a lot of time as far as having to place them fixtures all over again, as far as to be able to make a night track. Not necessary. It's just a simple swap of a 3DO and maybe a texture or two. Okay. So I'm going to go back to my day one here. Whoops, that's that one. Already showed all that. So we want to go here. These are all the night ones. I got to go back to the day ones. Here we go. Here's the day one. So I want to switch that day one back out to this one right here, and I'll be able to take out that glow. I don't need the glow one. That was just for demonstration purposes. How many is that now, Torch? Is that 3? I think that's 3. If I'm counting right. I think that's what it is. So we just got to swap this one back out. Yep. Overwrite that. And I'm going to take this glow out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this out actually and put it back. Just the nature of the beast. I'm going to put this back over here. And that was for B. Just that right back in there. That should be the same. Yep. No, all I did was just put it right back to where it was. So right back to where it was. Now we can load the track back up and see that we've got the non-emitting lights version in there. And it's just as simple as that. And much will be the same, I guess, as far as for any other light emitting objects that we put in there. So we initially, the approach that I took, since this is primarily a day version of the track, I put the day non-emitting lights in there to reflect that being a day track. And if that day a night track wants to be produced, that's up to Torch. It's his build, he can do what he wants with it. You have that option to be able to just swap that out there. It's just that simple. Okay, so now we got our non-light emitting versions in here again. And the big giveaway, I guess, as far as to that is the lack of the glow, the fabricated glow that's on it. So that's another reason why I guess I designed it the way I did, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to know if that was a light emitting fixture or not. Torch is persistent, that's for sure. You gave the bot some beers and hose. Yep. You just saw the hose after the drink, right? Let's see, a day and a night as an appeal. Yeah, So if you did want to make it a night track, I guess anyway you have that option at this point. Now, not all tracks in the NASCAR circuit do have, I think majority of them do, I guess at this point now they do have, because hell, even tracks like Martinsville have lights now. But there are some tracks out there I think that still don't. So in some cases, it doesn't matter if you put, just a particular orientation of a light in here. I always like to have the option in there to be able to put lights into it. We did this with North Wilkesboro with that semi-fictional thing. I don't know if Racer James is still here, but we kind of did take on a fictional approach to the track, because most of the North Wilkesboro events back in the day were run during the day, but we had taken the approach, I guess, as far as to apply that swap of a non-emitting light fixture as opposed to a light fixture, and be able to basically with the flick of a switch, whatever you have a night track. So even though a track isn't necessarily ran at night, but it has light fixtures, right? Sometimes it may behoove, I guess, as far as to add that aspect to be able to swap it out pretty easily without having to go through the whole process again of placing those in. Yeah, well, that would lead more into like a day to night transition. I don't really get into those. As far as for 2003, at least anyway, I know there are some track builds out there that apply that concept. The one big flaw to it is the fact that it still shows it as a day track in your mirror, as opposed to it transitioning to night like it should. So that's one big flaw, in my opinion. I guess as far as with applying that day to night transition, it's totally possible for sure. It has been done many times over by many different groups, like Smith's Den, for example. That's a whole nother ball of wax I don't care to discuss, I guess, as far as how some of those tracks are built, because they aren't using LiDAR. They aren't using, it's a lot of eyeballing and guesswork and so on. The fact that we have all the information available as we do, we like to use that information to the utmost ability to be able to get things more precise. So if you're, in my opinion, if you're not doing it that way, I guess as far as to utilize the information that's available free on the USGS website and go through the process of applying that to Cloud Compare. Between Racer James, myself, and maybe even Torch at this point, we've put up plenty of information out there as far as how to be able to use all that information to the best of your ability to be able to get this type of result. So if you're not using it and not doing it that way, you're not doing it the right way, as far as I'm concerned. When it comes to things, being considered as far as more than one way, I guess, to accomplish the same thing, this is probably one of the exceptions. Anybody can build a track or whatever without utilizing everything that we've shown during the total build process of this track. If you're not deciding to take that route because you feel like it's too complicated and just not understand it, I guess, as much, tell us what we need to do, I guess, as far as to make it more understanding, because there's still lots of things that we don't know about it, right? But that doesn't necessarily create a reason, I guess, to not use it.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Everything come out alright? Yeah, so far there, Torch. New logs have been added to the river? What? What makes it kind of weird? I missed something here. I know I was babbling. You know what? I gotta bring this back up there. Which chat is being totally unreliable there? I'll bring up bot chat. Bot chat is so much easier to read. Oh, you've successfully transported your food into mud logs? I'm an alchemist. There you go. What did you make anyway? Oh, a day to a night has an appeal. Okay, I misunderstood what you meant. I thought you were talking about more about the day to night transitional tracks. It's like, no, I don't do that. So it's either just to make a day track or just a night track, right? What is the food that you transform into mud logs, at least, anyway? Okay. Okay. I had to ask. I had to ask. I had to ask. Mud logs. Yummy. Anywho, so I think I've gone over that. So I just need to ensure, I guess, I got everything that I need to showcase the track in the game. So let me double check some things here real quick, and then we'll go from there. I am pretty sure I already did apply. No, I didn't. Nope, I can see I didn't. So what I need to do is everything that I just did, as far as the new items as well as the new PTF save, I need to bring that over to our game track directory. So let a little bit of busy work, so we can actually check this out in game. You haven't figured out the formula for gold? Hey, once you do, clue me in on that too. I would like to know. I think a lot of us would like to know. Okay, so. Alright, let's get some winders open up here so we can actually move this thing about. Okay, so I think I'm going to take a different approach to this here. I'm going to go like this. Give me a second. We'll transition this over here in just a moment. Why did I point there? Alright, we're going to go this way. Everything we just added to the track edit folder, we just need to bring over to our game track directory. So, yeah. Track edit folder. There we go. So let's go ahead and switch this over so you can all see what the heck I'm doing. Alrighty then. Can you imagine working with me? Poor souls. Right? If gold has to come out there, one, it would be painful. Two, I'm sure. Sure. Not sure you want it. Hey, just, you can clean it off. You got to panhandle it anyway. This thing called gas mask. Oh my god. Alright then. Anyway, we're gonna get these things moved over from. Okay. Need. And we also need that PTF, which is the plate right now. That's all we need right there. So we're going to copy this over to our game track directory. Now all these are going to be new items. I already got all the other things as far as the load screens and everything else that we just already showed in Sandbox prior to applying the lights. So all that's already in there. So the only thing that's, all this that I add here right now is going to be all brand new. So there shouldn't be anything overwrite. All brand new. So what we'll have to do is all that added. We'll rename our PTF. First I need to back up the other one. See if I can find it. Okay, so this one we're going to back up. Okay, I already got a backup in here, that's fine. This means I've done some more testing, I guess, as far as that. So the fact that I got multiple backups in here, that's okay. Most of these I'll be able to purge out once we're done. Once we confirm that this new PTF is going to load everything new that we've got in here, to include our lights that we just applied, we won't need those anymore. Won't have to revert back to those. So we need to rename this PTF that we saved to exactly our track folder name, so that it will load in the sim. We did have a little bit of an issue last week, and we did get that resolved. Really? And a lot of it just came down to not having all the appropriate files that are attached to that PTF. Good question. Yeah, I did at some point. I think that was in your Discord, because you were doing something about, yeah, threads in your Discord. Is that what you meant? Yeah, so you were playing around with the buttons here. That's kind of like a play on words there. Yeah, I think you were mentioning that in your Discord because you were redoing some things about creating new threads. Yeah. So did you bring the thread? Right. See. All right. So we got everything in here that we need. So now we can load the track up here. Let's initially see if we can get this loaded. Alright, so brand new load screen. So we will continue to be using the impromptu 2021 mod. I guess as far as that's Cosmo and his group over at Splash and Go is considering to get released here, I think, pretty soon. He's mentioned there they've been waiting as far as getting a decent car set, I guess, as far as applied to it. The main change that hasn't been applied to this 2021 mod, and is relatively pretty unofficial, is the Camaros that are in it. The bodies for that is like on the nose and on the rear clip, as far as the rear end of it, has been adjusted to it. So he's considering it a whole nother mod. And if anybody knows the way Cosmin is, he's kind of really OCD, I guess, about certain things like that, like we are. We kind of fall in the same category, I guess, as far as these little modifications that NASCAR did apply, I guess, as far as to the Camaros in the middle of between now and the 2020 season has created the necessity to create this new mod. So anyway, it's a very detailed mod. It has a lot of poly weight to it in its own right. So the fact that if the track at this point with all the 3D crowds, because we haven't been able to test it this way yet on stream, it's going to give you a little bit of a clue of how well balanced and optimized this track is. I've done a lot of testing to confirm it myself, but you'll be able to see it for yourself. So I want to initially get this loaded up. Here's the new load screens. So we haven't had anything on these screens up till now. So these are new. We got our track shot and our track logo. And there's also, if we can get this to load, cross the fingers, there we go. So the track loads. I did do some editing to the cameras to kind of play around with some preliminary remodels of the animated flags around that flank the victory lane. These are still the placeholders. I do have that 2-mile-an-hour wind to kind of show them flowing. They look kind of funky, I guess, as far as when there's no wind, and that's what we're trying to repair with that. So, what do you mean? What happened to your Dairyland? My response: I'm dead. I just read it again. I was half asleep. Oh jeez. Yeah. What do you mean? What happened to your Dairyland? What are you talking about? What you mean? Anywho, so this image here is it's new too. We didn't have this one yet. Not that I really showed this, but we didn't really have one. We had kind of a placeholder there. These are all redone. These are all brand new as far as the load screens. So the track shot, the track logo, the track info. We also have a track win that Torch has put together. I guess as far as, so once the event, the race weekend is over, it won't just close and go back to the main menu. It'll show that win screen. So whoever wins the race, if it happens to be myself or another one of the cars, that'll show. That's something else we'll be able to show off post race. So what I initially want to do at this point is just go into testing mode. I want to check out some of these areas that I pointed out in Sandbox and see if they're relevant, or they're evident, I should say, I guess, as far as on pit road. So we had that couple of spots there on pit road to see if it does present itself, I guess, in much the same fashion as it does in Sandbox. If it does, then it'll need further attention. Steelcrafter coming on in. What's going on? Oh, the status on Discord. I got you. Ketchup mustard, right? I mayonnaise. Hey, what about the relish? Usually some people go with relish. How we doing there, Steel? What's going on? You're just getting ready. You're just in time. You're just in time for... We're going to be testing this out here just a second here. I'm going to... we're in testing mode. So I'm going to take just a second or whatever to move the wheel over. So, uno momento. I'll return in just a second. Don't go nowhere.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Alright. I got it moved over enough here. Things are situated. The desk is a mess right now. Yeah, so Steel, if you want to stick around, I guess to see a little bit of racing. You're checking some mods out? What kind of mods are we checking out? Is that for the 19 Persuasion, FS 19 Persuasion, or the 22 Persuasion? If I could be so inclined to. Alright. Yeah, so I'm just gotta rustle some things around there. I'm still rearranging the studio here a little bit. Okie dokie then. Are we ready? I think we're ready. Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh, no. Okay. I think... Oh, for crying out loud. Hold on. Whole thing is fell over. I'll have to fix that up. I'll have to clean that up later. 22 changing changing textures on a mixer. Interesting. Going from black and yellow. Is that so? That's one of the default, or was it a mod mixer? Sounds interesting. Okay, so what I want to do here, at least for now, I'm gonna turn the music off here so you can see and hear everything going on with yeah, all the game sounds here. There we go. That's better, much better. Nope. No, that's not what I want. Oh, for crying out loud, stop. Trying to get the right window up here. There we go. Alrighty then. Are we... Concrete mixer, huh? 22... concrete mixer trailer. No, not purple. MEC mod. Oh, mine and economy. Is that mine? Yeah, I think I know which one you mean. Gotcha. So that's been converted, I guess, for 22? Well, that was previously in 19, was it not? Alright, so what we want to initially check out here, some things, just a couple things that I pointed out in Sandbox here on Pit Road. We got our light fixtures. So we apply. Ooh, grass is a little slippery. So on this first opening for the Pit Road, this is all in testing, so it's safe. There's that big time jackpot. You got it before Torch Good. That is the maximum jackpot you can get here on the channel. I guess as far as the 3 Mr. Robots. Finally. Amazing, all the mods out there already. I've seen my fair share, I guess, of some of them are they needed more work. From what I've seen, a lot of garbage in them, but that's been my initial take on them. So here's our lights in the game. So even in testing mode, we're pretty good frame rate wise. We still got that helicopter's kind of flying sideways. So right here, I think it was on the first one. This is the first opening. Yeah, we got a little bit of clipping. No, actually, that's on the opposite side. We noticed the line actually on this one. I notice it on this one. Making it more interesting. In any case, that would probably need a little bit of attention, so probably not so much. I know the sun's in the eyes. Sun's a little glaring, but this this one line here on the first opening, that would have something to do with that concrete model. That's a model piece. So torch a little bit of tweaking on that. As far as in, like I said, in Sandbox, it's showing more on this line to my right. But in the game here, it's actually more to the one on the left. So that doesn't seem evident. In any case, there's something that needs to be done with that object for the concrete there. This is the one we can't go through. Kind of prove that. That has the collision there, even though it does have the visual. As far as being able to go through it, can't go through it. That's on the first one. We had... Let's see if I can get behind this wall. We got another opening here to get to the victory lane. This one is accessible. Go around. So we had a little bit of clipping of the asphalt through that concrete model. That doesn't seem to be evident. Okay, so we probably... Wait a minute. Back this up again. Yeah, it's not quite as evident here, so probably not so much there. So it's just on that concrete model. Can't go through that. So no matter what side of the wall that you're on, that's inaccessible. That's by design. So that line for the TSD, I guess as far as... You can't do anything with the TSD, obviously. You'd have to do something with that actual concrete model. So... You add a lot to the Yukon map. I know you said you were testing that out. Who's blowing the siren? John's blowing the siren. Yeah, and Steel, we were just going over the fact that this has been a little over a year in progress, I guess, as far as almost to the day since it started. It started like tail end of 2020. This is what Torch and I was going over, so it's been hard to believe that it's... And now it's just down to, like, fine-tuning. What are we failing? What did we fail on? We didn't fail. So we have access here to Victory Lane. None of this is collidable. And that's just the nature, I guess, of what Inner 2003 is. But the fact that you can take a screenshot, you know, from said locations. I've got the one... camera setup, I guess, as far as on Victory Lane now, and I'm doing some testing with the redo, I guess, of those animated flags. So we'll get into some racing here in just a second. I wanted to kind of show this. So on TV, so this camera here, I've adjusted this one so that I can keep an eye on these animated flags. So as I test those, I don't have to keep getting in the car and going to that position. I just set a camera up there. So this is just preliminary. But if you wanted to take a screenshot, I guess, from that with your car in Victory Lane, you have lights that we just applied all on pit road. And they're the non-emitting lights, because so they work more, I guess, with this day version of the track. Got the helicopter there, kind of acting a little bit erratic. Did we not edit that there, Torch? Yeah, that wall, right? Yeah, so part of the reasoning, I guess, behind... I'm going to edit. Exit the testing session. We're going to a race session. Part of the reason for the way the wall reacts there has to do with the geometric collisions, right? So in an effort to not have to split the track up so much, that's why that exists. So there's at least the one axis there, right there by Victory Lane. You can also get to the garage area. That's probably something else I could probably show here real quick. Some of you probably haven't seen this. So you can have a little bit of fun with this, you know, anyway, as far as even like post-race. So with that access to the victory lane, you also have access to the garage area. Pretty decent. So that opening there you can't get access to. The only opening that you have access to is right here by victory lane. And again, that's all by design. But you have access here to the garage area. So there are some infield buildings here that can be interacted with. Not a lot of grip out here either, so you have to be careful with that. And drive into the garages. Not a whole lot going on in them, but there you don't see a lot of that, you know, going on as far as the race. That's just something you can do, I guess, as far as post-race. You know, like if you wreck your car, come into the garage area, kind of park it there, get it out of the way of pit road, so it's not interfering with. So there are some booby traps in here. That's something else I wanted to show. And that's also by design. Somewhat, I guess, as far as you don't want anybody to. What's the word I'm looking for? As far as to. Oh my goodness, a lot of lost words. As far as to. I can't think of the darn word. I'm having a brain fart. But anyway, you don't want them to take advantage, I guess, as far as the lack of booby traps and as far as to be able to do laps like in the infield. Because most of the way Inter 2003 works, you do qualifying sessions in a singular fashion. So not everybody else is on the track. So in most cases, when you're in a league environment with these tracks, there's no way to know, I guess, as far as how that person did their lap. Right, so this has become a flaw, I guess, with a lot of tracks. So the way you design a lot of the tracks, you can create, if you do have access to the infield like this one does, you put these, what we consider to be booby traps in them, so that if you try to do laps in the infield, it's not going to do you any good. As far as it's a waste of time, and that's part of the reason why it's designed that way. So this is the other thing I was mentioning here, Torch, the fact that these NASCAR records will probably have to be adjusted. You doing the horse fart too. Everybody doing the horse fart. See John Bond? Ooh, there's another slots. So Torch got one and John Bond's got one so far. Who's giving me the horse fart? Steel Crafter. Words. Right? Yeah, so? Yeah, I know I was kind of stumbling on that. Oh. Steel said he'd be right back. I got you. Race time. Yep, we're going to do some racing here. Yep. So four jackpots in total. That's the maximum you've gotten so far. So both you and John Vaughn has actually gotten one. That's pretty cool. Who did that? Torch did that one. Who did the horse fart? Tells me you did. Oh, is that why you did that one? As far as that, yeah. I was having a brain. I still can't think of that. Still, I'll probably think of it post fact. That's for sure. Yep, there it is. There's that brain fart again. Anywho, so that's a little bit of showcasing of the track from the testing standpoint. Let's go into a race session. We're going to test it now. This will really push it to the limits, because we're going to be loading all the other cars. Oh, darn it. I have to get out of testing. So we'll have a lot of weight to the track as far as all the other cars. They're, the war wagons, as far as all the pit crews. All that's going to be loading in here on top of everything else that's going on with the track. This is really going to help determine, as far as at this stage anyway, even with those little bit of lights and a little bit of changes that Torch has applied, I guess, as far as since last time. All the way back to single race. Okay, we got Texas. 41 calls, so we have 42 cars to including ourselves. 41 opponents. That is the way the event gets ran IRL, as far as in NASCAR. Okay, so what I'm going to do here initially in race, but you can see it's more populated. I guess I'm here. Let's move it over. so we can get a little bit of action going on here. So these cars will load on in. That's going to add a little bit more to it. So even as we are right here in this view, as the cars load in here, you can see a little bit of drop. There's no 3 crowds just yet. So those won't be evident until we actually get to race. And again, that's by design. That's per Torch's design, I should say. He's got them populated in there, I guess, as far as once we go to race. You need these on yours. I borrowed those, I guess, from John Von. So John Von, you need why do you need hose? Is that the plan? Words, I guess, as far as with John Torch there, I guess, as far as boozing up the bot. People have a lot of fun, I guess, as far as with those sound alerts, as far as either to get my attention or just simply have fun with them. So we got other cars. Let's change the views. We got that helicopter's just flying sideways. Like, I'm assuming we haven't gotten to that point. I know we've talked about it. So that helicopter still needs to be adjusted. Like, see, you just flip the wrong way. Now he's going sideways. He gets back the other way. So that needs a little bit of a correction. Just a little bit of correction. So let's switch views here. Yeah, you can see him landing right over there. So that part he's got down. It's just alright, where's TV? Well, we gotta get it on a car. This dude's just coming out of the pits, making his way onto the track. It's Kevin Harvick. Is he drunk? How are they doing? Yeah, so he's either drunk or, yeah. Maybe he's doing stunts. Yeah, I think he's doing, maybe showing off. So you get to see a little bit of the library, I guess, as far as from this point of view, I guess, as far as from, we got a couple different camera angles. We got our spectator view. The TV2 camera, I think, is really fantastic. We got a couple speed shots. So this is in turn 3. Shows off all that beautiful work that Torch has done, I guess, as far as to that, that 3D safer. So this is on the front stretch. It's going into turn 1. Turn 2, go up on the back stretch there. So we got another speed shot there on the middle of the back stretch. And turn 3. We spent a lot of time last stream as far as just getting that camera shot there just right, as far as the proper amount of pitch and roll and all that good stuff. I think it speaks for itself, I guess, as far as being a nice, turned out really good. Spending that extra time on that shot, get that just right. And we were able to come to the conclusion of what else needed to be fixed in that area too, I guess, as far as from a geometric and we've caught a lot of wrecks, I guess, in this spot here too. Got some side-by-side action here. This is all in practice right now. We're not racing just yet. I'm going to be starting from the rear of the field. I just want to be able to show some of this and give you an idea as far as where it's at, I guess, as far as, you know, just the viewability of the track so far, just by looking at these different shots. So it's really going to be the test. I know I keep mumbling, flapping my gums. The Sunoco signs are facing the correct layout. You can sleep at night. You can thank Torch for that. There, Racer James, right? You can thank Torch for that. Yep, that's one of the main flaws that we see with a lot of NASCAR track builds, as far as those Sunoco signs, the arrows pointing in the wrong direction. Yep. Alright, let's go ahead and get out of this. We're going to go right to race at this point. We're going to be starting from the absolute back of the pack. This is going to force the game to have to load everything in ahead of us, as far as the, you know, just the overall drawing distance and so on. And that's what we want to do to get a sense of where the track is at, as far as from a frame rate perspective. So you can see the wing foot one. That's common for that to happen, I guess, as far as for the cars to blink. That's just the way the game necessarily renders everything in. In most cases, that's the only time it's going to do that. It should do that. If it doesn't any more than that, that's grounds, I guess, as far as for potential too much poly weight. Even in the back here, we're hovering right above a high 50s, low 60s, you know, as far as frame rate. And keeping in mind, this is a very detailed mod. Very, very, very detailed. So the fact that we're starting way in the back here and are still able to maintain, so as you saw in testing, we were right around in between 120 to 140 frames consistently. The fact that we're starting in the back here, the sim is having to load graphically all these cars, just everything going on with the pit crews and the pit lane. This is why we see that amount of drop. That's not an abnormal drop. If it was like in the single digits, then we'd have an issue. You know, fluctuating between the low double digits and single digits, that's obviously not good. We've seen our fair share, I guess, of wrecks, I guess, as far as in this thing, so it probably will happen. And I'll probably have to restart, but we'll see where this takes us.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice.
That's all.
Watch in front of you.
That's all.
Alright, man.
Racer James is working as far as on that wing foot one.
Grind.
We got a little bit of everybody in here now at this point. We got Racer James's work, got my own work. Majority of this is torches for sure. Particularly the track geometry. I'm going to give these guys plenty of room. It takes them a couple laps, I guess, to get up to speed with this current AI. It takes them a lap or two.
Still there?
Give them a lot of room. As you would want to in actuality anyway. You don't want to go balls out right. You're not trying to win a race in one lap. In the first lap. They will kind of check up here a little bit. So it's, oh wow, that really got bad. So they're, just as I was mentioning, the AI aren't perfect. Once after these first couple of laps here, it does tend to level out a little bit. With majority of the testing that I've done on it, you give them at least a couple of laps and don't try to get into them. They will kind of level out a little bit.
Clear. Clear.
I'm still in third gear. Okay. I don't know why RPMs are rubbing so high. Alright, so we got a good couple laps in here. They do tend to go a little bit slower here on the turns 1 and 2 out of the backstretch. We do have some underdogs back here too. Not rated. They're rated a little bit lower. Just trying to get around now.
Still there? Clear low?
Oh god, we're pushing on here.
Clear. 9:31.
I want to get some wrecking going on here. I was trying to bring a caution on without doing that. That was somewhat intentional because I wanted to show how much frame rate loss that we get as far as when there's a caution that comes out, because there's a lot of things going on with the wrecking, especially with this mod being as detailed as it is. So the fact that it doesn't really go into single digits at all, that's a huge plus. We're gonna come into the pits. I don't take a lot of credit for this deal. A lot of this work is Torch. We have assisted him, quite a bit. He's given him a lot of insight and advice, I guess, as far as how to go about with the build.
Pit road speed 45. You do man that for 2,500 second gear.
I'm sure that's much appreciated. So we can see our pit lights that we got here, just as far as that's what we just applied. That's what we were finishing up. Yeah, the bots are slow for some reason. Yeah. They have been that way for some reason. And I know we've tried a couple of different. This is probably one of the best, the more better. One of the better sets of LPs that we got for the AI. We're trying to do a pit stop legit. I think I lost third gear though. Yep, I definitely lost third gear. Okay.
In turn 2. 1.
We're gonna do a legit pit stop, try not to speed.
0.7.
It will definitely tag you if you go above
Don't
45.
Speed, do not speed here. Remember, 2,500 second gear.
Should be clear.
Crossing
No.
out. Go ahead, get caught up. Yeah, flag, pulling in.
Must have came in too
The
hot.
hell happened now? Yes, we're too fast entering.
I came in too
Good
hot.
fucking speed. We were going by a tachometer.
Love my
Okay,
spotter,
you get a
though.
good fucking read. What the fuck do they expect? If they want to...
For anybody that is
pit road speed,
their ears are sensitive,
they need to get
don't
the
listen.
fucking kind of, they can fucking do it. It's
I gotta love my
fucking
junior
bullshit.
though. I
1,010.
love my
We gotta
junior
go tail end
spotter.
long line. Clear to the wall. They're all clear. All clear. Go hard. There you go. Go hard.
Can't be dissing on junior.
Stay behind him. 78. Slow down, Junior. I got the Junior fender on it.
I tried to fair warn. Okay, so we were pretty much running in the back of the field anyway.
Will be open this
So the
time.
fact that we got the EOLL, the end of the longest line, as far as coming into the pit's a little too strong. The pitting protocols are definitely pretty strict. Yeah, it will catch you if you speed on pit road itself or come in too hot. It will tag you.
1 minute 28.
We definitely really cued that in.
Four.
You know, we dialed that in pretty well, I guess, as far as a few streams back. The AI, like you can imagine here, is not 100% perfect. It's just in that they used to check up quite a bit, I guess, as far as on the front stretch. Now, if I would have gave him a little bit more room, I tried to, at least anyway, I got up against the wall there, I was going to try and invoke a manual caution, just to kind of see, but the fact that we had a little bit of wreckage, I guess, going on there, without wrecking myself completely out, it at least gave you some sense of how much frame loss there would be, which, you know, you're going to get some, because it's loading in different levels of detail, I guess, on the car mod itself, and that's to be expected. But the fact that it's not so catastrophic says a lot about the way the track is built. You know, so from the texture level, the geometry level, as well as the 3D modeling level, as far as to keep things optimized on all levels of that, has made it possible, I guess, to make it so optimized so that it's very raceable.
You want to go right here.
Now we're going to try and race this for real. Let's get our race on. So we'll go green flag next time around. So just with a few, you know, quite a few minor tweaks, I guess, as far as to this, it's nearing the finish line.
35.
Not a lot of major adjustments that have to be made to it, I guess, as far as to make it completely usable. Where's an idea? What's an idea? Fictionals are even
Hit the
hotter.
pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
You want me to hit the face car? I learned well. I tried to. I'm way back here, though, you asshole. You talking about fictional tracks there, Racer James? I would have to somewhat agree with that, as far as I think it's much harder to be able to reproduce, to produce a fictional than it is something in actuality. When you have information like the LiDAR, it's right there. All you have to do is use it.
Go get him.
The guesswork is really taken out of it.
Get ready.
I think that's what you meant. Here we go. Give him a little bit of room. Look at him getting all squirrely up there.
1 minute 20.
Oh, forgot I don't have third gear. Broke third gear. Hopefully it doesn't break any more gears. Guess that little bit of a wreck that I got there caused my third gear to break. I'm just hanging back here a little bit. Let him feel it out. But also to give you a sense of when you're further back in the field, obviously you gain a little bit of frames. You lose some when you're closer into the field. Hope he's slowing up a little bit.
32.2. 8. 2. 1 out.
really slow on this end of the track. This is the lower bank portion of the track. Are they trying to race me? Oh crap! Oh crap!
Free wide, in the middle, free wide, inside.
Oh crap! Totally got it into it. That was not intentional.
Caution's gonna be out. All
Alright.
the way to the line.
Got another
All the way
caution.
to the line.
Crap! That was totally my fault. They go a little bit too slow, I guess, as far as coming out of that corner, I feel. So, again, it comes down to, there'll probably be some additional tweaks, I guess, as far as the no third gear. Alright, flat spotted on my tires. I'm going to go ahead and take the caution. I don't think I got any additional damage, I don't think. I'm trying to show off more of this stuff here. That one right there was definitely not an intentional wreck. Just kind of happened. But you get to see a little bit more, I guess, as far as inside, outside of the track. Hopefully. No, we got another caution here. You could do a Twitch stream track based on another layout that has been done. Why would I want to do that? I guess I'm a little confused. I was going to pit there. I don't think I will. I think my tires are okay. Yep, I kind of whirled that right front, so I might have to come in and get that right tire. The right front tire.
Hold down, Junior. Got the defender on it.
Yeah, I'll come in and do right sides. That right front took a beating. That's just the way the setup is there too. Alright, so we'll go ahead and
get the rights and the gas on it this time.
Yep. And I do have a little bit of repair too. Probably not that much though. I didn't read your comment. What was your comment? I was trying to figure out what James was talking about. Yeah, I don't know where that came from, James, I guess, as far as doing a... That doesn't even interest me. I'm more about, you know, creating... The way this one's done, for example, here, I think it's like spot on, I guess, as far as accurate, as far as the way the associate sponsors, I guess, are applied to different aspects to it.
Stay behind, 00.
I'm coming in the pit, dang it. I'm gonna change these right tires and get some fuel and some repair.
Pit road speed 45.
Rather do this legit.
Eagle man number 25 under second gear. Remember, just get it stopped square where the sign is. Back up free.
Oh, you're talking about the same thing? Oh, crap.
One.
Overshot my pit. Whoopsie.
The pace card in turn 2.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about that.
Okay, go.
I know this is not a track that I would consider, I guess, as far as
25 under second gear.
it's not mine to say it. That's for sure.
The pace card down the back stretch.
Put this back on.
I don't want to pit now. 5 to go. 1 minute.
5 laps, okay.
1.1.
Should be going back green.
5.
Oh,
Don't
got me.
speed, do not speed here.
I gotta go EOL.
Remember, 25 under second gear. Stay behind. 00. Clear to the wall. They're all clear. Go hard.
Okay, cool. Thought maybe I might have sped. I might have get it wheeled up there again. Kind of saw myself go to 46. 45 mile an hour is
There you go hard.
hit speed. Don't have no third gear. That hurts. 3 miles long. No, I don't think so.
Slow down, Junior. Got the defender on it.
Woo!
See one to go right here.
Someone came with the sub. Who came in with the sub? I don't have that screen up. My bad. Appreciate the sub. Oh my goodness, hold on. Where is it? Who did that? Steelcrafter gifting a sub to Gasoline Billy. Gasoline Billy's in here? Must be lurking.
12.8. 6.
Billy must be lurking. Appreciate the lurks. Everybody's out there. If you are out there in the chat there, Billy, Steelcrafter just gifted you a Subscriber. Appreciate that, Steel. Noise. I didn't have that screen open. I fixed it. It's like, for anybody that knows anything about the Satisfactory, the fact that they've got that, it's kind of funny. I know Yasso gets it. I say fix it. Let's see. Bristolville. A flat version of Bristol. I don't know. Stuff like that, that doesn't really interest me. There's been fictional tracks done to death. I think it's much more challenging, in my opinion, first to recreate something that you have the physical information for.
Go get him.
Again, with the LiDAR and so on.
Get ready.
That's easy. Easy to do a fictional. I'm giving them some room. This really stinks not having a third gear. Oh my goodness! Oh, they're wrecking. And okay, at least it wasn't me this time. Wasn't me this time.
1.3.
Alright, this will definitely finish under caution. So definitely it does come to the conclusion that so the pace car function obviously works. You know, even if it is caution after caution, it seems to work flawlessly. I got that stagger on my car now, so the fact that I changed the right side tires, so it's kind of leaning one way, so I have to counter steer. Yeah, so this is the higher bank.
Hit road close. Hit road close.
I'm just gonna go ahead and ride this out. I don't think any of these other guys are gonna pit either.
2 to go. 40.
Yeah, it's gonna finish under caution, unfortunately.
8. 8.
Yeah, give me a you know, a realistic track, I guess, any day of the week. I don't have any problem with that.
Slow down, Digger. I got the defender on it.
That guy took a licking in the hind end there. Look at that, he made that a compact. Yeah, so look at the damage models on these in this. Yeah, so we've seen our fair share, I guess, of wrecks in here, but also it gives you some sense of the functionality of this track. You know, the fact that it doesn't.
I will see it second time by.
It doesn't crap itself, I guess, as far as even having wrecks. So regardless of where you are on the track, as far as when it happens, or if you yourself are involved in it.
White flag, one to go at the line.
Some tracks that aren't built optimally would definitely have crashed the desktop, I guess, at this point. So all these 3D crowds, I guess that's another thing, I guess, to pay particular attention to. The fact that they are double-sided, the fact that they have their own poly weight, I guess, as far as from their own right. We haven't been able to test the track with those in there, so that's probably the most amount of poly weight that has been added since the last time we tested. So even those little bit of light fixtures that I put in there, that's hardly nothing. So all this other poly weight, especially with these 3D double-sided 3D crowds in the stands, that's huge as far as for the track to be able to function as well as it does as far as from a frame rates perspective. Yeah, I don't disagree there, Racer James. Absolutely, you got that immersion factor.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car!
Should I?
Hit the pace car! What for?
John Vaughn is asked me to hit the pace car. Okay, he's probably gonna come in this time around. Here, let's go up. Let's go in.
Digger. I got the defender on it. Stay behind.
We're at the end of the race anyway. You want me to hit the pace car? You can't actually hit the pace car, but let's try this.
Pull over and let him go. Flag.
Yeah. I ain't worried about it. It's the end of the race. So you can't actually hit the pace car. The pace car in Air 2003 is shallow.
10-4, man. We'll figure it out.
Is that good enough?
Appreciate everybody working hard.
This is something that Papyrus necessarily
Pull over
didn't.
and let him go.
The way they designed the pace car, you could wreck the pace car and actually it was more from the online's perspective. If you wrecked the pace car and he wasn't able to function, you know, to pace the field, whatever, it caused a lot of problems. So they eliminated the collision on the pace car so that people couldn't wreck the pace car and cause havoc, I guess, as far as on a, you know, in a league event, you know, as far as online. This goes all the way back to the Sierra servers, the original Sierra servers. So that's part of the reason why there is no collision on the pace car. It looks pretty cool. As far as this was done by Flash and Go, I guess as far as a custom pace car for the Cup Series. Turned out pretty cool. It's relatively low poly, as you can tell, but it serves its purpose as far as being able to pace the field. Sorry about that, but there are reasons, I guess, for it to not have collision, unfortunately. It's much better that way than it is to have collision on the pace car. He's going to time me, but whatever. The race is over there, pal. It doesn't matter. So we're going to take a look at... I want to take a look at some replays here. Use some replay. So we did have that one last wreck there, second to last race, second to last lap there. Shades of Tony Stewart, maybe. Coming up with original ideas, I think so too, George. Yeah, and it's not. I mean, fictional tracks are. Yeah, see, so look at this shot. I guess as far as this is. Yeah, look at all those all nice and lined up there. Pretty cool. So we go to TV2 and Spectator, so we can see those on there. I did not get a lot of the infield ones done there, and that was just based on the essence of time. I knew it would have took a lot longer to be able to get all this in there. I'll probably be working on those post-stream, so in between now and next stream, should have those done. So whether I do it or Torch ends up doing, however, one way or another will get done. So I'll have to make sure. So Torch, I guess as far as for your own record there, as far as like if you want me to finish that up or if you want to do that yourself, that's up to you. You can let me know. You know what the process is for that. I wanted to back this up just a little bit. I want to go back a couple laps. Well, I got a little bit of rear end damage on mine too. That's already under caution. When did that happen? Okay, caution's already out. Gotta roll this back a little bit. There it is. Okay, so let's roll this up forward. They're already wrecking, so let's go forward. Oh my goodness, yeah, they're already wrecking. I want to see what happened here. They got a little hairy up in here. Oh, I can see the 48 car. Focus on the 48 car. We gotta take a look at. We gotta watch the footage here. Who got into this guy? Oh, we got the 17 car. That's who drives a 17? Chris Bisher. Got into the 48 here. He got a little. Ooh. Oh, he sent it right to the wall. And he got a little bit of help getting pushed out of the way. Pace car came out flawlessly. That's another reason why the pace car doesn't have collisions. So when you have cars that are in the way of it, as far as, you know, not to add insult to injury, for example, that's a part of another reason why the pace car does not have collision. How we doing there, truck guy? We're all human in here. Yeah, I can finish that up. I know I started that. I was hoping actually to be able to finish it anyway. But just so you know, probably don't want to do anything on your end until I get done. So, because if you try to do anything while I'm doing this, then that's going to be a interconnected type of thing with that. Not going to mesh very well. The Manscaped ball trimmer. Why do you bring that up? Is this all private? It all depends on Torch their steel. I think Torch intends, I guess, as far as to make this public, as far as I know. Again, this is all Torch's build. I don't take over 90% of the work, for sure. Probably even well more than that has probably been Torch's work. So I do have some elements that I've applied in here, much like the lights. The light fixtures, the score tower, the video screen on the back stretch, and the victory lane. So, yeah, victory lane, score tower, lights, and the video screen. So not a lot. So just about everything that you see geometric wise, as far as the track itself, and everything else is all torch. Yeah, and as far as being able to get the game, Steelcrafter, if you want, !enter 2003. There's a link to being able to acquire the simulation itself for free. There's some instructions, I guess, as far as that come with that, as far as how to install it. It does have a patch, and there's a certain order that you got to follow, I guess, as far as to get it up to par, I guess, to get it to apply what we're doing here. So all that information is supplied, I guess, as far as with the download of that. And if you have any questions, I guess, as far as how to install it, that's what we're here for. That's why we do this on Saturday. We've been focusing quite a bit on doing things for Enter 2003, and we've been having a lot of fun with it. Yeah, they're going to finish under caution here. There's me coming up the side here as far as to wreck the base car. That doesn't have any collision. Let's see, let's go like this. Check it from this camera angle. I have no rear panel on this. Didn't realize that till now. That must have been when I came in on one of the I'm gonna clip right through the pace car. Gotta love it. Yeah, that's perfectly fine too, there, George. Have you checked for any check engine lights as far as what they're... Okay, how we do? In BeamMG, Drive, Reddit, RP. What should I sell? In BeamMG? I have no idea. We're playing totally entire game. Is there anybody that knows anything about that as far as for BeamMG? Yeah, we'd have no problem as far as helping. That's what we do this on Saturday here for. For anybody that wants to acquire that, you can feel free to. In fact, I'll go ahead and put that information out there for anybody else that doesn't know about it. I also have that in the title. Again, just in case anybody wasn't noticing. But that there will take you to a link that's also on the other information of the Spline Design Studios site that well, lead you to acquire, I guess, as far as getting that totally free. It's a very easy to install. Yeah, we get to see all the different angles. So our lights that we installed, pretty cool. So hopefully that does satisfy. I know it wasn't able to get a really decent race in there, but it really did tend to test out exactly how the track, along with this very, very, very detailed mod by Splash and Go that is hopefully going to release, as I guess, pretty soon, as far as what Cosmin has mentioned. Try to support Cosmin's works as much as he supports us over here. And for those that don't know about Cosmin, he's the brains behind what we know as Splash and Go. He's been doing a lot of professional paints for those in iRacing, as we know it. Very well renowned, talented car painter, I guess, as far as for iRacing. He was previously for Enter 2003. He does on occasion still do some work with Enter 2003, much like this original Monster Energy Cup mod that was the 19 mod. He's got this 21 mod. This is what we tested with, and it's preliminary, I guess, as far as the release of it. So we've been privileged, I guess, to be able to test it out prior to that release, and because it is such a detailed mod, and being able to see how it balances very nicely. So when I get out of this now, I should go to the track windscreen. There it is. We didn't have this previously. Like Kevin Harvick ended up winning it. I gotta keep it on here until it ends. Yep, I'm glad you mentioned that, Torch. Where's all the horns out there? If you're following the channel, you got the horns. I had to play through that. That's just freaking awesome. But anyway, that is the track windscreen that we did not have before. Who's mooing at me now? John Bond's mooing at me. What are you mooing at me for? Anyway, we had to show that off. That was brand new. That's kind of somewhat, you know, the cherry on the top, the Cool Whip, whatever you want to call it, I guess, as far as to have that. We haven't had that up until now. So all these different load screens, I guess, as far as for the track logo, track shot, all brand new. So I had to show that off. But we haven't been able to hear, I guess, as far as that ending deal there. So even though we didn't win it, and Kevin Harvick did, as far as like that, it's always pretty cool, I guess, to kind of play that. But pretty awesome windscreen, I guess, as far as that. That's a custom windscreen, I guess, as far as specific to that track. So I think it might have been used before on other tracks. Could probably elaborate on that, Torch. So if nothing else, I've got some work to do post stream, I guess, as far as to get these lights done so that Torch can continue it. Now, some of these things you can probably still work on, Torch, I guess, as far as the things that I pointed out with the modeling and stuff like that. So hopefully that does give you a little bit of something to do, I guess, as far as while you're waiting for me to finish up. I'm definitely going to try and finish that up post stream here before the end of tomorrow. That's going to be my goal. So, and where did my... Oops. We're already on that screen. Not bad. Alright. Put the music's back on. Anywho, I don't know about you all, but I had a lot of fun. I appreciate everybody that did come by. I guess to see what we had going on here for Enter 2003. Y'all have been fantastic. We will see you. Steel Crafter, I appreciate that gift of sub. I'm sure Billy appreciates it. John Bond. Won't do anything metric. Yeah. Models, yeah, you can do those definitely. Just to let you know that you don't have to entirely wait for me. Yeah, it was fun. I was really looking forward to being able to showcase, I guess, as far as with the 3D crowds in particular, and then all those new load screens. Torch has done tremendous work on those. I don't take any credit for that whatsoever. If anything, just insight. That's about it. But I was glad to be able to show that off to at least give you all a good chance, I guess, to be able to see where the track stands, I guess, at this point. It's just a lot of fine touches, really. We probably will be still trying to add lights, I guess, as far as to the outside. So there are pole lights, you know, the taller pole lights that are on the outside of the track. Those will still need to be applied. What I will do first, at least, is to get the infield lights completed. Get that sent to Torch, let him do what he needs to do, so that way there's not too much delay. And then probably by next stream, we'll start applying the outer lights. That'll be a different process there. So much the same as what I was going through with the inner lights, we'll have the outer lights. So the ones that adorn onto the grandstand and the ones that are freestanding, I guess, as far as outside of the grandstand, a lot of those will need to still get it applied as well. So you'll have the break screen video by next week's stream. Cool. That's something else. Yeah. So currently, what's on the screen there is still from the 2015 build, just in case anybody wasn't aware. So there are, if nothing else, a placeholder there, at least for now. So it's not like there isn't anything on the screen, but they are not accurate to what the way the track is depicted, I guess, is current. Can't you just go watch some boobs? I mean, ASMR. Now what are you gonna do? I don't know. That's up to you. I apologize. It's been a pretty productive stream, I'd have to say. We did get quite a bit done. Okay. What I want to look for and see... Man, it's almost been 5 hours. Holy crap. Holy mackerel. We did go over quite a bit of stuff. We actually did get some racing in, like I was promising. I mean, ASMR. Yeah. We've been pretty entertaining. Oh, that's what we're trying to do. John Vaughn, for anybody, once he does get back to streaming again, at least anyway, y'all need to go check him out. My shout out command is total garbage right now. Otherwise, I would shut him up. But I'm gonna do a verbal. I'm doing it verbally. If you're not following him already, make sure you do. Your notifications when they go stream. He's gonna be doing something. He should be doing something because I think he's very entertaining content creator, I guess, as far as I don't know, no matter regardless of what he says. And it doesn't matter what he's playing. I think he does a much better job than I do, that's for sure. So if nothing else, if you like either if you like what you see here or don't like what you see here and you want something else to watch, go check him out. One day, I'm a noob. You say that, but I think he also said it best, I guess, as far as not too long ago, as far as giving himself enough credit. Wow, I can't believe that's been 5 hours. That's nuts. I do know a lot of these things can be done much quicker, I guess, as far as without the chatting, but I like being able to at least give some insight, I guess, as far as how these processes work. It's not just like a snap of the finger and it's done, as much as we like it to be. I guess what I could do before I go, just to kind of give you all some of an idea. Yeah, so I'm not entirely drained, I guess, as far as on that, but I do have enough to go over, I guess, as far as on the track here. I do have some additional things that I've been working on. I mentioned that first part of the stream. The whole process of how to create a animated flag. The scripting part of it is I'm a little bit rusty, I guess, on that yet. It's just trying to remember how I did it as far as the last time. To recreate that, it's a little bit challenging. So I kind of want to give a clue again, just keeping in the realm of how these things are created, right? So let me shift some things over here real quick, and I'll go into that just for a little bit, at least anyway. Give you a little bit more time. I'm not completely exhausted. Torch is hanging out. Y'all leaving me? You don't want to see this or what? Trying to give you a little bit more. You gotta go pick your son up? Okay, no problem there, Torch. Yeah, it is about that time. Holy crap. Yeah, at least we got through, I guess, as far as the majority of what we needed to go through. You at least know where we stand on the track. Be back in about a half an hour. Okay, if nothing else, I'll be on the Discords. Yeah. Okay then. So yeah, I got a little bit I wanted to show you all, I guess, as far as just shifting some things over. I got a lot of stuff that fell off the desk here. I gotta clean this. The studio is a mess. Give me just a second. And we'll go into a little bit about what is going on with might be a little racket here. Apologize. Okay. So yeah, that should work. I had a bunch of stuff to spill off, I guess, the one end of the desk there. A huge mess. Alright, so what I wanted to go over here, just to give you a little bit, I'll kind of top it off. I know it's just past 5 hours. I appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as for all my babbling. Okay, so we got the slide in here. So what I want to do is reset all this. We don't need to save that. We already got that all. I was just showing as far as how that's constructed. So from the modeling standpoint there, with that light, the light emitting and the non-emitting light, showed how easy that is to swap out. Oh, okay, then there's Java. Alright, so I'm just looking for my file here. So I got... And if nothing else, just to kind of give you all a taste of what us 3D modelers go through, I guess, as far as, you know, even like a Yeah, you know how riders get like rider's block. There is kind of a modeler's block, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. And let's see. Go to mesh items, Texas. So this is all my Texas 2020 stuff. So I did start this process here of the flags, animated flags, trying to rebuild that. So I'm going to open the 14 version. But I started it off here in Max 14, and nope, I don't want to do that. So here's the initial flag. And I was going by memory. This is going back to like 2013, 2014, just to kind of give you insight how this works. But this is where we started with it, as far as just a flat, plain type of flag. It has just the one texture and then a texture for the pole. So to get this animated, 3D Max, as well as many other modeling programs out there, have this simulation. Right? So to get it to this level, I applied such modifiers as a garment modifier to get it this cloth look. So if I zoom in closer, you can kind of get the sense here. So this is just a flat texture. Right? In fact, let me do this, just to kind of give more clarification here. Where am I at? So I gotta go here. So on this flag, so what we have here for the texture, that is the Texas flag, right? So all it is this. Just a flat texture. Now to get it this look, at least so far, you know, as far as this garment look, that's a modifier to get it this, and I've gotten to this levels because we don't want too many polys in this thing, right? We want to keep it relatively low poly. So all these little triangles that we see in here, these n-gons, those are polys. I want to keep that to a minimum. So I've found a nice balance in with this so far, as far as having this level of polys and the garment modifier. So I've already collapsed the garment modifier. Now we have the cloth modifier. To this cloth modifier, you can apply a group that is on the one edge of the cloth to kind of make it glued, I guess, to the pole, so that we can apply wind forces to that cloth. And this is what you see here. So we got wind forces in a couple of different directions to get a different attitude towards the cloth. So in this initial cloth that I've got here, I have cloth forces here. I've only got right now the wind 1 and the wind 3. I got this kind of in waiting. This is to give me different results here. So just to give you all some insight. So basically the wind forces, and I got these at different strengths. This one has a 0.5 strength, and this one has a 0.2, so it's a little bit lighter strength on the backside than it is down. So the approach that I took to this one here is that I wanted it to have more wind force, I guess, as far as on the down. So I want to kind of push it down to give it more of a static, you know, kind of a resting look. So when I simulate this, kind of get the idea of how this will turn out. See, it kind of rests, it can just kind of lays floppy. And that's because of these two wind forces. I can do Control Z, put it back. So that just simulates that. So I got two different garments in here. Two different cloths, I should say. One that does it that way, and then one that does it a more, you know, waving in the wind type of thing. Let me go ahead, highlight that. Simulate local. This one does more of it waving, so it's using different wind forces on this one here to give it this effect. And then from here, what we can do is create different frames for this here. So at different frames here, we can create those individual frames to create an animation, I guess, you know, far as from that. So one of the approaches that I've taken to this, and it kind of goes outside the parameters as far as when I originally created it, was to create individual frames, create individual pass files, because you've all kind of seen how that process is. Each individual pass file would include a different frame and a different orientation of the flag. Combine that into an animation. The only thing I can't seem to recall is how to get, and it will make more sense if I show it in Sandbox. Let's see here. So this is all going to be kind of in closing. Let me go to object placement and zoom in on this this flag. Now a second, let's try it through the items list. Not bad. Go to the properties. We should be able to see this one as flag. Alright, where are we at? Flag SD2. Doesn't matter which one. So the thing that I'm having a little bit of difficulty trying to remember how this worked is how to use wind direction. So just by ticking this on, it requires a state switch variable. But trying to remember, I guess, as far as how that actually is applied to such an object, that's where I'm having a modeler's block. I do recall, I guess, as far as how to get these different nodes applied in here. That's also through a state switch variable. I think I've shown some of that. This one doesn't actually have one. I'll show what the script looks like so far with this design. Again, just to kind of give insight, I guess, as far as how these things work. Okay, let's go back here. So here's the script for the initial flag that I've come up with here. So the only thing it tends to do at this point, and again, just to give some clarification. So the approach that I took with this one, I created one compiled pass file. Within this pass file, and I'll go back this way just to kind of show. Within this one pass file, it has all the different levels of the animation, you know, in here with a different name. Right? That's in my Max 5 scene there, so I don't have that open. But just to kind of give you an idea, so all the different levels of, you know, the frame rates, you know, for each position of this flag in a sequence of frames is included with this pass file that's being called here. Now from this pass file, I can call the different meshes that do include those different frames. So I only added, like, you know, 5 or 6 frames, I guess, to this. This is just to kind of get it going. It's going to need probably a lot more frames than that. You know, probably the better part of 50 or so. Much the same as like the animated video screens. But the way, from what I can recall, at least anyway, as far as to add this wind speed, it does require this state switch variable for wind speed. There are a multitude of different state switch variables that exist within the Enter 2003 code as far as the game physics. One of which is the wind speed. What I can't remember exactly is what the variables are for that state switch variable. So what the so it doesn't work the same, for example, as the caution light. So there's another one that's called for caution _ light. That one I tried to apply it in much the same fashion as a caution light. That's not the way it is. So it's like, this is where modeler's blocked, I guess, as far as understand what that was again. So it's kind of stumped me, I guess, as far as being able to complete this newly created flag to get it working properly. So I can get it at this point to load just the static flag, where it just lays resting, but it doesn't want to apply the actual wind speed. So regardless of whether I apply this state switch variable and check it to the wind direction, it just lays limp, I guess, as far as in the static flag position. So just like I tried to show it in here. Let me go ahead and do Control Z. I'll go back to this other cloth. That's where I've got that one applied, so I'll go ahead and simulate. So it lays in this position all the time, regardless. So it's like it's not reading, I guess, as far as the wind speed direction when I have that in there, so that it uses all the frames to be able to show the animation. So that's where I'm stumped on that one. So whether or not that I do get out of my modeler's block, I guess, as far as to figure out what's going on with that, will determine whether or not that newly created animated flag will be created. Now, one of the things that we're trying to recreate this anyway, is to correct the mismapping or the flip texture of the flag. So let's get a closer look at this. in this perspective here. Oh, it was nothing? Okay, well, you're back over here, I see. No butt stream? Like butt dial? Oh, we're glad to have you back here, John Von. I'm just going over some of the modeler's block that I've got here. So this flag in its resting state, as you can tell, the blue star, this side here needs to be on the pole. So it's backwards in this resting place. This is what we were trying to correct. So on the one side, it's fine, right? So unless you're only looking at that side, you want to notice this side is backwards. So this is part of the reason why I'm in the mode of wanting to recreate that. Other than that, this flag works just beautifully. But as far as to have that original construct for these animated flags, don't have that. It was probably lost, I guess, as far as through hard drive failures, whatever the case may be. It's probably somewhere, just haven't been able to find it. But I was going entirely by memory as far as to recreate that in this same fashion. And it's just coming down to scripting. So getting all of this down pat has been its own animal, but to get it, can I close that? No, it's still right here. So to get it past this point, as far as the scripting stage, get it fully working like it's supposed to, like it's intended, that's where I'm stuck. So just to give any insight to those that were wondering as far as what the hang-up was on, and just understand the creative process, I guess, that's behind that. There are features in here that I don't get to show all the time here in Max. This is why I like to use such applications like Max, because they have these features like this. So I have two different cloths, just represented as rectangles in here, that have a cloth modifier, and I can apply different wind forces to it to give me a different result. And it just comes down to, now I already have these animated. Of course, it's not going to show it. Let me go back to the other one. Let's see if this one has it in here. Nope, I guess it don't. So I can just simulate local. So it just gives me a demonstration of what it'll look like if I want to fully animate it. Now I'm not able to take this animation from here as far as the keyframes. It's not how it works in Enter 2003. You have to create either the approach that I've taken here with creating one solid pass that has those individual meshes in that pass, as far as all the different levels of animation in that flag. Or I can make individual pass files for each level of frame and compile that together. So either way I do it, that's the approach. Where I'm stuck is how to apply this wind speed variable. I got to look through and dig through my notes, I guess, and figure out how to apply this wind speed variable. So all the other, every variable that's coded into Enter 2003 has its own specific purpose. So like this one for population has the purpose of either showing, turning on or turning off objects based on what, if you put it on 0, a 1, or a 2, for example. So you want either some, none, or all. So each one of these variables has a similar function, and it's just a matter of you figuring out what this one was. So I lost all my notes on that. There's another piece to this that I'm missing out, I guess, as far as to apply the fast, medium, and slow. I was just trying to get it to one speed, just to basically be able to take on, I guess, the wind speed parameters. So like when I do apply, say, like 2 mile an hour wind, I guess, as far as in the game, that'll actually respond to that, which it doesn't do. So I'm doing something wrong there. Beyond that, also being able to create the fast, medium, and slow, as far as what does the animation look like when it's really fast wind, as far as, like, say, above a certain parameter, like, say, 20 miles an hour, as opposed to something that's slower, that's only, like, say, 2 miles an hour. So you're going to have a different reaction and a different flow of animation to the flag under different wind speeds. So that's going to be a whole another level, which I don't have in the script just yet. I'm trying to figure out this level first. Once I get it past that level, then I'll be able to apply the second level, which is determining which animations play at what speeds. Hopefully that gives a little bit of understanding, I guess, as far as how to create animated objects for in 2003. So can't put two. How do you mean two different layers? Yeah, so one side faces one way. Yeah, basically. So what happened originally, and it was probably an oversight on our part, was, let me go back to the camera. When this was put together, when we flipped this, and you can probably understand as far as what happened here. So when we flipped this, it was a two-sided deal. So when we textured the one side, it only had faces on the one side that's textured. When we flipped it, it got flipped the wrong way. Is what happened, and it didn't get, because when we initially did this, you can probably get an idea. So the way I've got this flag here, for example, right? Let's see if I can show this. So this is a two-sided deal. So what happened when we Control Z, show it on this one cloth. So on this one cloth here, we have it two-sided. So what happened on the back side, so we're only looking at the front side. We didn't realize when we flipped it that it was backwards. So when we compiled it and put it all in an animation, as far as to apply it through script or whatever, and compressed it down and so on, we didn't realize that it was flipped, and this is why it presents itself this way. So it was a little bit of an oversight. So this side's fine, but this side's not. See? Alright. That is not what I wanted to do. Pushing the wrong buttons again. So that's what happened there. So, if we had the original compilation of this animated flag, that would be half the battle. But we don't have that, so we have to recreate it. And I do remember some bits and pieces, I guess, as far as how to recreate it. Where I'm lost, I guess, at this point is just the scripting behind it. Is about all. Now that it's fixed this way, and paying closer attention to the fact that it is mapped texture-wise on both sides of the flag, you can be assured or whatever that part's at least been corrected. Now, to create a static flag for this, as far as just in the resting place, would be no problem. What I want to have is a newly animated flag that'll actually float around, I guess, as far as when there's wind. So, now it's relatively just one animation. So the only reason why I do two different animations, one reason being I want to get a resting state for it, so that would create this static flag. So what does the flag look like when there's no wind, right? So even when, for example, in the game, in the simulation itself, as far as Enter 2003, when you don't have wind on, when you just keep it at 0, what does that flag look like? So I got that animation set in here. So again, I can simulate that. So this is the waving one. That's a different animation. That's what it'll look like at, say, like slow wind, as far as a low wind. And then this other one is to acquire the resting state. So I have different wind forces to this one to give me that look. So if I do simulate local, this gives me the resting state. And I can, change the frames on this one here to get it a better look. That's, get it to look the way I want it to, as far as what does it look like, I guess, as far as when there's no wind and it's just kind of laying limp. So that much is not so much of an issue. It's just that scripting part. Little TJ, where you at? What's up? You gonna play some COD? Nice, get some pew-pews on. Get them pew-pews on. Oh, you missed the racing. Did you miss the racing? I think you did. We did do a little bit of racing. Yeah, so the animation in here is fine. It's coming down to the scripting. It's getting the scripting of it to actually, coincide with what. So we can't literally take the animation that I got here and have Enter 2003 use it. We have to tell it what we want to do with it. Right, and that's through the state switch variables. The state switch variables tell it what to do with it. So I can tell it to load in this pass file, which is the export. I've shown that a little bit of times, because as far as pass export is what the Enter 2003 needs to be able to compile it into a 3DO, and basically that's one level. as far as to get it into that, get it into Sandbox or even Enter 2003 itself. The other pieces to it are these state switch variables, which, like I said, there's a plethora of these state switch variables, and one of them is which is wind speed. What I can't remember, like I was saying, as far as what the rest of that coding needs to be, I guess, for wind speed. So just like the population switch, they have a particular set of things here. From what I do remember, the wind speed does have to do with frames. So what I did here initially, and it doesn't work, from what I can recall, and it basically comes down to me finding my notes to understand what is involved with the wind speed state switch variable. From what I do recall, it does have to do with animated frames. So there is another state switch variable that will have to be applied post fact of getting past this point. I need to figure this one out first before I can apply the different fast, medium, and slow, which is an animated object. So it's a different state switch variable that has its own parameters. So every parameter has its own attitude, its own behavior. So it's just a matter of putting all that together. That's only been the main hang up, I guess, as far as what that. I haven't had to do this type of animation or that. Once we created that, it's like, okay, that's good to go, and then we never saved the documentation. I know I had at some point a lot of hard drive failures. I had at least one major hard drive failure prior to the PC taking a dump back last February, that I think I lost a lot of that information. So now it's just a matter of reacquiring, I guess, a lot of that information, unfortunately. EXE calls for pre-made animation files. Flop down in real time. See, that's not how I remember how I did that. If that's the case, though, that might be a different approach to take with this. The way I remember doing it originally was to do it with this wind speed, and then there's also an anim objs state switch variable. It's evident in the one that we've got, the one we previously created here. So if I go to the one that's currently in here, find this. So this original flag, I'll show what it looks like from the. I can't do Notepad++, my bad. Gotta use regular Notepad. Always forget that. So from this view here, and there's a lot more frames to this one, don't get me wrong. I only got just a few in there just to kind of get it, moving in there. But we have this state switch variable here, for example. There's this animated object. That's a whole another. So I remember using the two different, so the wind speed and this animated objects to get that to function just like you see this one, even though that texture's not in the right orientation. So it's just a matter of, I'm trying to remember how I applied that. This one's got a lot more frames. If I remember right, I think I ended up putting like 100 frames on this thing. That's why it's so much bigger than what I got. 1.82 megabytes just for the 3DO. And in comparison to the one that I've initially got created here, recreated here, that is not even that big. 85.1 kilobytes. So yeah, there's definitely a lot more animation that needs to go to it, but I'm just trying to get it in the right direction. So anyway, I didn't want to beat that dead horse. Cue the John horse fart. But just to kind of give some people some insight, I guess, as far as what's the hang up, I guess, as far as recreating that, recreate that animated flag. It's got lots of layers, so yeah, I might have to look into that a little bit more, I guess, as far as what the swapped out deals in real time. I guess I'm not sure about that. You might have to give me some insight on that one there, Racer Jim. I do know there are ways of being able to have the script read a scene file, as far as like a max scene. I'm trying to remember how that works too, and I think that's might be more what you're alluding to. So So I do know that's a thing too. So I remembered doing some things with Cosmin with the creation of the car mods. So like, not necessarily with wheels, but I think it's. I'm trying to remember what it was involving. But yeah, there is a command or a function, I should say, more so as far as the capital lettering that is evident in scripts. Those are the functions. So like state switch variable, yada yada. There is a one for scene, which allows to be able to read an actual max scene file. And it has to be within the parameters of the pass file as far as not being newer, I guess, than max 8. That allows to read that. Now, if we can get that to work, that might be a different direction to take on how this. Because then you could actually create keyframes, you know, an actual animation from max, save a scene file, and have the script actually read that. That might be another approach we can take to it. Still getting the bot drunk up. Bart, you back already? It's been a half an hour. Oh, you said about a half an hour. But shit, being twitchy again. And that was quick. Guess you didn't have that far to go. I know we had a few newcomers, I guess, in here too. I guess we had the trucking guy or whatever that was. I was asking about BeamNG. I don't know if anybody helped him out. Just cross down. That's cool. Well, I guess I was just going over just a little bit as far as the hang up on being able to recreate the animated flag, as far as the Texas flag, let alone for any flag for that matter, because it is just one singular texture. You could apply pretty much anything to it. So once we get this model of the animated frames figured out, I guess as far as to be able to take on wind direction and all that jazz, it'll be half the battle, I guess, as far as I'll put that back. So I have that scene saved, I guess, as far as to be able to acquire the frames for it. And I can create at least 100 frames, at least on that anyway. And I think that's pretty much what I did create, I guess, as far as the original frag. So. Everybody still get your slots on you. Racer James, did you get, yeah, you did get one earlier, that's right. So Racer James, I know, Torch, you got 4 of them, I think. Yeah, so did you get any? I appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as for my blabbing here. So for anybody that is still in the chat, just to show my appreciation, I guess, for putting up with my babbling. Let's do this. I'm being a little bit generous. I know kind of got off on their little tangent there a little bit earlier, and that's my apologies, but felt like it needed to be said. That's not what I meant to do, but I guess it'll work. I pushed the wrong buttons, but hey, we'll do it. You weren't playing about as hard as Torch? Okay, so you did get one. Cool. So you did at least get one. Ooh, Mr. James almost got one there. Yeah, so if nothing else, I will be looking a little bit further into how the... might even have to ask my partners in crime, I guess, as far as with Cosmin and that. They might know a little bit about that too. If I can't find what I need, I guess, as far as that little piece of information, I guess, as far as how to get the scene file, max scene file, I guess, as far as to load via script. That's another option, I know that's there. Alright, now I'm starting to get hungry. Now I'm really starting to get hungry. So it's been a fruitful stream. I hope everybody did enjoy. I know it's been very productive, but also I hope a little bit informative, I guess, as far as on what we got going here behind the scenes, at least anyway. Torch still trying to do the hose. Yep, I'm definitely gonna get myself some chow. I guess stomach starting rumbly. Alright, let me see who we got for potential raid target here. I think I know where I want to go to. We haven't, oh man. Both on. Where do we want to go? Oh man, we got so many good streamers on right now. Son of a gun. I almost want to leave. You know what I want to do? You guys can make your own choice. You can feel free to give up any. I don't want to play favoritism, I guess, on this either. I'm gonna feel like a bad guy, I guess, about that. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this a little different. You all can make your choice where you want to go, and appreciate that, Yasso. Well, it's a lot of things. So here's what I'm gonna do. We've got 3 potential people that would love to be able to raid all at the same time, but that's obviously not possible. He's doing some modeling himself, though, it looks like, too. Sweet. Maybe we'll just go. We'll visit him. He's doing a little bit of. He's tinkering around, I guess, with some modeling right now. That's kind of right down. Right in the alley of what we're doing here. Oh crap! Don't crash on me. Oh crap. Oh crap, hold on. Oh, whew. It scared me. It scared me. Come on. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I think that's where we're going to go. He's doing some modeling himself. For Farm Sim 22. He's in the Giants editor right now. Looks like he's making some doors. Let's go say hi to Brew. Yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Brew. Alright, so let me go ahead and put the link out in the chat here. I'll have the bot put that out there. Oh, come on. Oh, I really need to shut the system down. Holy crap. Holy crap. Come on. Holy mackerel. This system is having a fit right now. Here, let me close some things. I got too much loaded. It's been a long stream. It stands the reason why it's being very temperamental right now. We didn't get a chance to do any intro fighters. That's fine. Exit out of that. We didn't go to BRB, so I had no reason for that. Okay, here we go. Hopefully this will clear it up a little bit. So this is where I'm gonna send y'all. So just in case the raid goes bonkers or whatever, you can feel free to go over there right now if you so choose. He's doing a little bit of modeling stuff, so I want to see what's going on over there. Yeah, we're making some solid progress now, that's for sure. So that's where I'm going to send the raid for anybody that wants to go over there right away. John Von, you're just ready for the raid. We're gonna pay some attention over to Brew Crew. He's doing some modeling himself in Giants Editor. So come along with us, if you will. I'm gonna be over there in just a few, so I hope you will join. Let me go ahead and start the raid up here. Very much appreciated to those that did sub and resub. We had to gift a sub from Steelcrafter over to Billy. He must have been lurking. Definitely must have been. Appreciate the lurks. Hope y'all have a fantastic rest of your Saturday. I got some work to do, I guess, as far as post stream too, with getting these light fixtures done, so I can get it back over to Torch's direction. Had to finish Alchemy? Okay. Appreciate that. We're keeping it not TMI. Still no gold? Dang it. You're definitely going to have to keep us informed as far as how that works out for you. I'm going to put the link out here again, just in case you missed it. This is where I'm going to be sending you this in case the raid goes bonkers. You can feel free to go over there right now if you so choose. But that's where I'm sending you all to. And again, like I said, as far as I hope you do have a fantastic rest of your Saturday. And we'll see you again probably for Truckin' Tuesday. If you haven't followed the channel just yet, make sure you're doing so. Make sure that you're getting all the notifications when streams go live. Social medias are also posted on the channel. Feel free to check those out. Do post there on the regular to let you know everything. let everybody know, I guess, as far as what's happening pre-stream, post-stream, and everything in between. Alright, Waste with me on Wednesday. That was fun on Wreckfest Wednesday. We had a little bit of fun on that Poop Socks server. That was super cool. Alrighty, folks. We'll be talking to you later. Bye for now.